Needless to say, this is the reason why members of parliament have become a partner to you in the effort to repair and buy parts for boreholes. However, the committee continues to receive concerns regarding particularly non-functional boreholes and water points across several districts. There is unclear responsibility for the operation and maintenance of a number of water facilities. Honorable Minister, there are also delays in rehabilitation of broken down systems and as well as inadequate funding for maintenance relative to the new infrastructure development. This raises a fundamental policy and political question of whether the sector is placing sufficient emphasis not only on expansion but also on sustainability and maintenance of existing infrastructure. Honorable Minister, in light of the above, the committee will particularly focus on the following while considering the ministerial statement for 2026-2027. 1, the strategy for achieving equitable access to safe and clean water, especially at village level. 2, the policy and financing framework for the operation and maintenance of boreholes and other water systems. 3, the balance between investments and maintenance of existing infrastructure. 4, the sustainability of the sector financing. 5, the performance of sector agencies, especially so including NEMA and National Water and Sewage Corporation. 6, the measures to address the environmental degradation concerns and the realities of climate change. And finally, the status of implementation of various recommendations of Parliament over the years. The expectations from the Ministry. We look forward to a clear, candid and practical responses from the Honorable Minister and the technical team, in particular on the following: on how government commitments are being translated into tangible service delivery outcomes; 2, the concrete measures to address the non-functional water facilities; 3, clarification on the institutional responsibilities for maintenance; and finally, any other policy or funding constraints requiring the attention of Parliament. In conclusion, Honorable Minister, we therefore invite you to present to the committee the key highlights of your Ministerial Policy Statement 2026-2027, after which my honorable colleagues will engage with your ministry further. I thank you, and for God and my country.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, the technical team from my side led by the Permanent Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson, I take this opportunity to thank the committee chaired by you for allowing us to come and interface with you so that we can forge a way forward on how to see how we can solve the challenges which are being faced by the ministry, because we are collaborators. The Ministry Policy Statement for the Ministry of Water and Environment sector for financial year 2026-2027, Chair and members, it comprises of vote 019, that is Ministry of Water and Environment, Vote 150. That is National National Environment Management Authority. Vote 606. Local government. And Honorable Chair, by local government, I think by the end of this meeting we shall know, as members of parliament, we shall know that we shouldn't become like, in fact, as our work as members of parliament, one of them is oversight, but you end up doing maintenance and rehabilitation of our boreholes. But we shall, by the end of the meeting, we shall inform you the money we are sending to local governments to do that work, so that it can allow us to do our work of oversight. And the work plan for the National Water and Sewage Corporation, we have the former Uganda Meteorological Authority and National Forestry Authority have now been integrated into Ministry of Water and Environment, strengthening coordination and alignment within the sector. Mr. Chairperson, in accordance with Section 12, Cap 14 and 15, A to I, in the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171, this ministerial policy statement presents the votes, achievements for financial year 2025-2026, the work plans and performance indicators for financial year 2026-2027, the annual procurement plan, recruitment plans, and action taken to implement recommendations from Parliament. It also includes cash flow projections, vehicle utilization report, and the asset registers for the vote. Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and the members, allow me to inform you that Uganda's water and environment sector is at a critical juncture as the country navigates to the challenges of climate change, rapid population growth, and ongoing economic transformation. In response to the Ministry of Water and Environment remains committed to leading coordinated efforts to ensure the sustainable management, protection, and development of the country's natural resources. Allow me to report, Honorable Chairperson, that urban access to safe water and clean water within 20 meters has improved from 72.8 to 76.21% to date, reflecting increased network coverage. In rural areas, access to safe water and clean water within 1,000 meters has been maintained at 68. Water for production storage capacity has slightly increased from 54.76 million cubic meters in financial year 2023-2024 to 54.885 million cubic meters, while the area under formal irrigation has expanded from 23,141 hectares to 23,595 hectares. On the environment front, forest cover now stands at 12.7% of total area of the total land area, and wetlands coverage has risen to 9.3%, indicating steady improvement in natural resources management. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to report on behalf of my ministry that we are honored to host the Environment and Natural Resources Committee at a retreat at Ministerial Hotel in February 2026, where we got a rare opportunity for an in-depth consideration of the issues affecting our projects and programs. In addition, we have prepared a detailed responses to the issues which was raised by this committee on the Ministerial Policy Statement for Water and Environment Financial Year 2026. And with your authority, if permitted, I will invite the Permanent Secretary as the leader of this team to present shortly. Once again, I wish to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to present the Ministerial Policy Statement for Financial Year 2026-2027. I look forward to engaging in the consultative and fruitful discussion on how we can collectively ensure the sustainable management of Uganda's natural resources and effectively address the emerging challenges. I beg to submit, and with your permission, I can invite the Permanent Secretary to take over. Thank you so much. Thank you, members, for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Technical Committee of Parliament, and my colleagues from the Ministry of Water and Environment, National Water, and NEMA. Chair, let me start with the budget allocations for the financial year 2026-2027. The total budget allocation for vote 019, which is the Ministry of Water and Environment, is 1,823,000,000 and 1.823, comprising of 36 billion for wages, 54 billion for non-wage recurrent expenditure, 588.39 billion for Government of Uganda development, and 1.144 trillion in external financing. These include also additional resources amounting to 222.75 billion provided by the Minister of Finance. The 222.75 billion is made up of water utility services for AFCON, which is 4.38, and this will go specifically for the OIMA facilities. In addition, Chair, meteorology services, including early warning, was given an additional 6.37 billion. This is mainly because when meteorology was being brought to the ministry, a component of about 5 billion was left out, was not transferred in the current year, and they have been facing a lot of challenges. There is also counterpart funding for strategic towns and climate smart water and sanitation of about 167 billion. And for national water project, SCAP I think is 40 billion. And then for institutional development, we have an additional 5 billion. That will go towards completing some of the offices like that in Karamoja, and also enhancing our ICT infrastructure, among other things. The budget allocation to NEMA and local governments are 45.19 billion and 10.32 billion respectively. Chair, over the medium term, the ministry aims to expand access to safe water in rural areas to 78% and bring urban access to 85%. These improvements are expected to contribute significantly to enhancing public health outcomes and supporting socio-economic transformation. The focus will be on villages without water source, districts with low coverage, so that we raise the overall national coverage. O&M is our focus, as you rightfully pointed, Chair, and we are handling through the district grants and also strengthen the monitoring. The ministry also intends to get some equipment, especially under rural water, so that we lower the costs of operation and maintenance and involve the community to foot the share of their operation and maintenance responsibility. Over the medium term, Chair, the ministry will also prioritize water for production through expanded irrigation infrastructure, and we want to double the area under irrigation to 1.4%, which is still small, but it will contribute greatly to transformation of agriculture, food security, and resilience to climate variabilities. In addition, we'll strengthen meteorology and climate information services by improving the accuracy and coverage of weather forecasting. This will enhance the early warning system, inform planning and investment decisions, and strengthen community resilience to climate variability and extreme weather events. Chair and members, the implementation of the planned interventions within the water and environment sector, however, may be hindered by the following. The sector continues to face inadequate funding that does not align with the increasing demand for water and evolving usage patterns. For financial year 2026-2027, the total budget requirement for the Ministry of Water, as outlined in the Strategic Development Plan, is 2.185 billion. However, only 1.823 billion has been allocated, giving a shortfall of over 361.9 billion. Chair, this shortfall is likely to have the following impacts on the implementation of the Strategic Development Plan. One, the expansion of access to clean, safe water. This is mainly the areas that should have at least one clean and safe water source per village. The deficit is about 50 billion. Two, wetland protection and restoration. We need to safeguard the fragile ecosystem embedded in the wetlands and also strengthen biodiversity and climate resilience of these ecosystems. There we have a shortfall of 10 billion. And three, under the forestry management, there's 10.5 billion shortage, which is needed for conservation and sustainable use of the forest resources. On the environment and natural resources grant that is necessary for support of the decentralized structures, we have 30 billion deficit, while for potable water system, including improving water infrastructure, we will also have a shortfall of 10 billion. Under the climate change response, there's a deficit of 10.9 billion, and we may not be able to fulfill our obligations and also prove our people against the vagaries of climate change. Under wage and non-wage recurrent, we have a shortage of 2.95 billion specifically for meteorology because we need staff at Kabalega International Airport. And without these staff, that airport will not be able to function. Overall, the financing gap poses a significant risk to achieving universal access to safe water, environmental sustainability, and climate resilience targets. The other constraint is the high population growth that continues to outpace service expansion, increasing pressure on the water supply system, sanitation services, and environmental resources, particularly in urban and peri-urban areas. Third, we have aging water supply infrastructure in a number of areas that cannot meet the rapidly growing demand for water, leading to reduced efficiency and high maintenance costs. Land acquisition is a problem, and the costs of compensation continue to skyrocket, but also at the same time slowing down project implementation of key infrastructure. The other, Chair, is what we are witnessing: increased illegal titling of Central Forest Reserve lands and encroachment, which, coupled with the lengthy court processes and injunctions, delay implementation of our activities. Sixth, Chair, pressure on wetlands, forests, and resources and other ecosystems from other economic activities like agriculture, urbanization, industry, and mining are leading to increased degradation. And lastly, Chair, inadequate number of meteorological personnel This limits the effectiveness in the provision of climate services and broader sector operations, not to leave out the economic activities in the country. Honorable Chair, despite these challenges, the Ministry of Water and Environment, National Environment Management Authority, and the National Water and Sewage Corporation remain committed to addressing the critical issues outlined above. The proposed ministerial policy statement for the year 2026-2027 presents a strategic opportunity to strengthen our environmental governance and improve water management and enhance climate resilience. We are confident that with the support of this committee and all other stakeholders, the sector will make significant strides towards safeguarding Uganda's natural resources, improving water service delivery, and mitigating the impacts of climate change. Let me now turn to the responses to the specific queries raised by the committee on the ministerial policy statement. And Chair, allow me to invite my colleagues, the heads of the various units, to present, and I'll also be contributing. So we start with number 1, internal allocations of the vote. This is on page 6 to page 8. Bwana Masaba, just give us a highlight. The vote and the amount, quickly.
Thank you, PS, and to our Honorable Minister. The Commission has requested me to throw some highlights on this. The issue is about internal allocations of the vote, the breakdown of allocations by major functional areas, and the allocations are stated in table 6, in the table on page 6 to 8, where we have we have the area, we have the categories of budgets allocated to each of those functional areas. Basically, we have water for production, where we have wage.
The volume is down.
Okay. Apologies. Thank you. So the table on page 6 shows a detailed breakdown of the budgets allocated to major functional areas within the Ministry of Water and Environment. They are quite a number, so just pick about 3 that you specifically highlighted in your issues paper. We have water for production, having a budget allocation of 482 billion shillings. Climate change activities, 132. Wetland management, 10 billion. Forest management at 36 billion. Then meteorological services at 9. Rural water supply and sanitation at 239. And then urban water supply at 556 billion. Those figures for urban will be complemented by the figures that the PS has mentioned that were allocated by the Ministry of Finance for those specific critical activities that have been highlighted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next issue was project portfolio and avoidance of duplication. Chair, it is true we are implementing a number of projects and also funded by different financiers. And these have different names, like if you look at IWMDP, that is World Bank funded, Strategic Town is African Development Bank funded, and SCAP is Government of Uganda. But however, we want to make it very clear that these are not duplications. They are activities that are implemented purely in urban areas, and there are those that are purely in rural areas. And we do not do duplication. Where a system being implemented under rural touches on urban areas, that is done and the management is handed over to the urban utilities like National Water or the umbrella. The same with the climate smart wash. These are simply names of projects. The districts are distinct, and if you look at Annex 1, you'll be able to see where the locations are. You'll also be able to see the output, and you'll also be able to see the incremental population or incisions that are supposed to be served. And Annex 1 is on page page 54. That is where we have Annex 1, and clearly gives you in details the locations, and there is absolutely no duplication. Issue number 3 is access and water quality targets. Commissioner Lillian, please.
There were two issues in one. One is access, and the second part is the quality. With respect to access, the planned new and rehabilitated water points and piped schemes by region, and then expected additional population south, rural, and urban. The details of these are attached in Annex 2. Which is on page which is on page 67. The second aspect that is specific to improving water quality compliance for both piped systems and point water sources, the ministry has put in place targeted technical, institutional, and financial measures to improve water quality compliance for both piped water systems and point sources in line with national standards. The details are listed. Honorable Chair, if we can turn to page 4, there is a specific project that was approved by Ministry of Finance and Planning, addressing exactly the concerns that were raised. The outputs of this project are listed on page 4, but unfortunately, the project has remained by large unfunded, and it is in its final year. Thank you.
Chair, cognizant of your early announcement that we are going to be flying at on that, announcing certain speed with the target of finishing at 1 o'clock. Will we really manage? Why wouldn't we move issue by issue, dissect it?
Honorable colleagues, if we choose to do issue by issue, we will need 1 week. Yes, we will need 1 week. I want to request you to bear with me, and probably the minister, and you just take note where there is a critical thing. Lucky enough, the PS has provided us with a booklet. You just make notes on the side of the issues. Then later, you simply flip the page and you raise that matter. If that is agreeable, I want to request.
Okay. I think also in the interest of time, Bwana Masaba, let us have one person to present. Mobido, quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, PS. Issue number 4 is about water for production. There's a requirement to provide a list of dams, valley tanks, and production wells and other infrastructure. And that has been provided as Annex 3, page 71. The other one is about...
Last time at budget committee, they also just me aware with your report because they wanted to see that happening there. Is it there? Is it this one, 71, 72? That's the one, the plan. Okay.
Mr. Mbu, which page?
71, Honorable Minister, up to 82.
They want to be done. And the ones on number 1, is this one? Kawa? Kawyanda, and then Machanda, and then Kotido, Amudat, Kotido, and Agapu. That's all.
Okay, thank you. There are more, as indicated in the booklet that has been shared. The next issue is on operation and maintenance, the structure.
What we're saying is that we don't want to go into the question and answer, but we just want to move with you that in as far as the planned projects under water for irrigation, particularly production wells and solar powered schemes, you just have Isinjiro, let me use districts, Kanungu, Kotido, Amudat, Kotido, and Agago. Is that correct?
Chair, let me come in. Annex 3 has the list of dams, valley tanks, production wells, and solar powered irrigations to be completed or substantially implemented. So the first one, the Kabuyanda, Matanda, these are already underway. And these are large multi-purpose dams. And then we also intend to begin on this one, the Kotido, Amudat, and Geregere. So those ones, the percentage completion can be seen 15%. The one of Kotido, I don't see the percentage. And then next you go to the valley tanks. And from Agule going now to the next page, 23, we are looking at 23 valley tanks. Then we have the medium-sized irrigation schemes that we have CP, which has already commenced, and we expect to get it to 80%. Then you have Unyama in Gulu, we expect to go to 40%, and Namalo also to 40%. 40%. If you go to the other ones are the networks that they're putting. If you see, they look Kabuyanda, Matanda, yes, those are the network components. I think that will be done, yes. And then if you go to the page 77, those are now solar-powered irrigation schemes that will be done, and these are based on the regions. It goes on up to 81. Yes. So that is, yes, for the next financial year. Some of them are already being constructed, but will continue constructing because they are multi-year projects. Thank you.
Thank you. The next issue is on operation and maintenance, the arrangements, that is actualized through basically the farmer facility committees, the water user committees, and irrigation user associations augmented by the corporation, where we have the irrigation schemes. The other issue is on environment, forestry, and wetlands. And the issue was that the vote proposes ambitious restoration and protection targets that indicate reconciliation of financial 2026 restoration and enforcement targets with actual budget for enforcement, restoration inputs, and alternative livelihoods. On page 12, we respond by category. We talk about forestry, and then we talk about wetlands and environment, and then we show how much has been allocated and for what activities. Then we make mention in the paragraph in the paragraphs there below of how that is linked to our broader strategic documents. On page 13, we are asked to state the concrete measures to prevent encroachment, and those are listed, some of which include establishing community-led conservation groups, ongoing engagements with communities living near protected forests, and then supporting and expanding collaborative forest management groups, among others. On staffing levels, these National Forest Authority has recently joined the Ministry of Water and Environment, and the structure for forest management has been increased from 400 to 711 positions, which is good news for us. However, we still have a gap of 600 armed forest rangers, of who are not accommodated in both the structure and in the budget. Then the proposals to enhance forest protection are also the same as listed above. On page 14, we go through the same process for both wetlands and environment. We talk about the focus areas, the budgets allocated, and the planned activities for financial year 2026-27. We also go ahead to talk about concrete measures to prevent re-encroachment, which include restoration and physical ecosystem boundary marking, among others. On page 15, we talk about policy and strategic framework, and we talk about the policy review process and the budget requirements, and we have sorry about that. The ministry employs a 5-phase structured review process to ensure alignment with national development priorities, stakeholder participation, and the use of evidence in policy making, and those stages are indicated on page 15 of 88. Then on page, so on page 10, then we talk about where the actual policies that we are handling and where we are with each one of them. We have the National Water Policy, which is currently before Cabinet for consideration. We have the National Wetlands Policy, whose review process in the second stage of consultation of the various stakeholders. The Uganda Forest Policy, whose draft has been produced, and the next step is to validate the draft at regional and national level, and then the National Irrigation Policy. The other issue is about how the updated policies will address carbon markets, payment of ecosystem services, and impacts of energy and mineral development, and we highlight how that is done on page 17, where we say the policies will incorporate carbon markets by establishing clear rules for carbon rights, benefit sharing, and monitoring frameworks. We talk about the payment for ecosystem services, among others. The next issue is on climate change and meteorology, which is on page 17. It's about operationalizing the National Climate Information Systems and climate disaster risk screening, and supporting a realistic number of MDAs, local governments, and private actors in financial year. Page 17 of 88. So the response is that for the National Climate Information System, for the National Climate Information System, the requirement is 1 billion shillings. Part of that has been provided, I think about 400 million, and we list on page 18 what it's going to cover. It's going to cover things like training, procurement of ICT equipment, and procurement of reporting software, and the development of greenhouse gases data collection tools. And these are essential steps towards that, and however, additional resources like I just mentioned will be required to fully operationalize the systems. Regarding the climate and disaster risk screening tools that have been developed, we still talk about the budget requirement, what has been provided, and the activities that are being funded within the current budget. The next item is on maintaining and expanding meteorological infrastructure and integrate forecasts into the national disaster risk management. And by way of response, we are saying that resources provided under the vote will support maintenance and operations of the existing infrastructure. However, if we are to cover the remaining 43 districts, then we need an additional 3.87 billion shillings. When it comes to issues of regulation and national water interface, about ensuring tariff setting balances, affordability, and fiscal sustainability. We go through the various measures that are in place to ensure that, which include targeted financial support to promote viability and scale, enhancing operational efficiency of water authorities, development and operationalization of cost-effective tariff guidelines. On page 20, the measures in place for enforcing environmental safeguards and energy efficiency in national water and sewage corporation investment and operations include those listed below. that all water supply and sanitation projects are subjected to mandatory environmental and social impact assessments. There's routine monitoring of drinking water quality. There's energy efficiency that will be enforced through adaptation of energy efficient pumping and treatment systems. The last, no, not last, on page 20, they talk about an M and E framework, which is in place and is attached as Annex 9. On page 22, we have issues of local government, especially the Environment Natural Resources departments. The first one is about, that 606 basically talks about local governments. Page 22 of 88. The first issue is the formula or criteria used to allocate natural resources grants for the local governments, and it's listed in the table below. We have different weights that cover different factors, one of them being the population, the poverty head count, basically talking about the level of deprivation, the population talking about the level of need. I have an aspect of hard to reach accessibility, whether they are in a wetland area or a forest area. Then the issue is whether, in the view of the responsible authorities, the next year's budgets are adequate for local governments to fulfill statutory roles. The answer basically is no. They are getting 70 million shillings. We have a grant of 10.7, and when you split that among the 135 local governments, you have about 70 million shillings, which is grossly inadequate, and that is what has been explained there. Then the other issue is about alignment with local government mandate. There is an act, the National Environment Act, caption 153, that spells out the roles and responsibilities of the local governments. And we have had an extract, and the extract is what we've listed on page 23 and on page 24. Then the other issue on page 24 is about indicate areas where the local governments have mandates, but there are no corresponding resources under the vote. All the areas we've talked about above are inadequately funded, because 70 million, like we mentioned, is not sufficient to carry out their mandate. Then still on the same page, a framework for joint work planning and implementation of water, environment, and climate initiatives. And we're saying that during the preparation of the program implementation action plans for the program, local governments are involved to ensure their interventions are mainstreamed into the PIAPs. Additionally, the ministry supports local governments through the BFP conferences to ensure they mainstream environment, water, and climate change issues into their work plans. The other issues on clear reporting and accountability lines between central MDAs and local governments, which are also spelled out in the conditional grant. There is a conditional grant guidelines which are produced every year that clarify issues of reporting, issues of budgets, issues of work plans. Same page 25, mechanisms to ensure the district level environment and water priorities are adequately reflected and funded. And that's what we've just been talking about, the PIAPs. Page issue number 4, still on local governments, staffing levels and functional status of district environmental officers, forestry and wetlands officers. And in response, we are saying that all the 135 districts, 10 cities and 31 municipal governments have recruited district environment officers and forest officers. District environment officers also double as wetland officers, as the position is not provided for in the local government structure. So 90% have senior environment officers and 70% have natural resources officers as their as heads of departments. Then on page 26, how the vote grant support these offices, operational costs, tools, and enforcement activities, and we've put a schedule of how the grants are used. The grants we talked about, this is how they are split. That's how they are used in that table. Then page 27, how local governments are supported to enforce environmental regulations at community level. In response, 10% of the ENR grant, the one we talked about, is for ensuring compliance to environmental laws and policies. Also, the ministry carries out joint compliance and monitoring activities with the district local governments, especially in areas where the local governments report illegal activities. Then what livelihoods and alternative income interventions are planned at local level to support communities affected by wetland and forest restoration, and stricter enforcement. So we talk about what the ministry does together with local governments to develop and implement community management plans for forests, wetlands, riverbanks, and how those plans ensure community needs are taken into consideration, and also assign roles and responsibilities to the communities and other players. Chair, through my peers and Honorable Minister, peers,
Yes.
That's the submission for vote 01 Ministerial.
Chair, can we go to NEMA then National Water? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Through my Honorable Minister, I will go straight to the questions which were put to NEMA. The first question was demonstration whether allocation is commensurate to the vote statutory mandate given. Would like to respond that the allocation given is far below our optimal funding required to execute our mandate. The current provision gives us up to 33.6% of the minimum optimal budget required for us to operate, which is 223.2 billion shillings. The volume of scale of projects, there was an issue of the volume of scale of projects. We are definitely experiencing a surge in large-scale investments in water infrastructure, energy, especially oil and gas, and recently mining has become a very big industry now, transport and urbanization in Kampala and other cities. These are all environmentally sensitive and require complex and technical analysis, and therefore monitoring also and enforcement of compliance. There was an issue of the need for effective national level enforcement and support to local government. Yes, we need more resources to support local governments and also strengthen enforcement. We are soon commencing the training
of the first lot of Environment Protection Force personnel who will be trained by police at police training school in Masindi very soon. We believe that once we have this force on the ground supported by Uganda Police Force and the army where necessary, we should be able to strengthen enforcement, but still operations will need more resources. The 33% we have is not adequate to put up a very spirited show nationwide in terms of enforcement. The second issue was NEMA proposes large numbers of inspections, audits, and reviews. And Parliament wanted to know recent performance trends against similar targets. And our response is that the targets are set using a trend analysis. Even in spite of our underfunding, we try to do our best to perform. And because of automation and recruitment of additional staff, we should be able to deliver those targets. If we give you a sneak peek of how Asia's and audits have been performing, in 2021, as per that figure given, in 2021, we were processing just 1,478 applications. These have increased now to 4,589 as of 2025. This is actual. And for the audits, 2021 we were at 521, and in 2025 we are at 5,360. So the targets are set based on what we have actually delivered. So it's based on trend analysis. The other question was on explain measures in place to improve quality and depth of EIA reports, especially for high-risk projects. We have the National Environment Act and the National Environment and Social Impact Assessment regulations that detail the process and standards through which a project review is done. And this is done through a consultation process after receiving a comprehensive study undertaken by certified consultants. So the quality is controlled at the study stage as well as the review stage, and then consultation. Where the projects are complex, we have public consultations where the public make direct input. The other issue was how do we manage conflict of interest where developers engage consultants directly? This is an operation of the law. Certain jurisdictions, especially in Europe, Netherlands, for example, they require that developers put money in a pool controlled by government, and then the government hires consultants. That makes consultants independent, and they generate a report which is independent. Now, for our jurisdiction and many other jurisdictions, it's not Uganda only, we leave the matter of studying environment and social impacts of a development to the developer, because they understand the project better than the regulator. So the regulator comes in to review the study report they have submitted. So our jurisdiction, this is the arrangement. NEMA licenses and certifies the practitioners who are the professional consultants. Then the developer hires the consultant to do the study. Then a report is generated and submitted to NEMA for review, and the review is done in consultation with the local governments and lead agencies depending on the nature of the project. Is it objective? I would say yes. Is it credible? Subject to human honesty? Yes. Do we have measures to address issues of non-objectivity? Yes, that's why we review these reports, and if we find them wanting, we reject them. If we have ethical misconduct on the part of the consultants, we have power to de-license them. So those are safeguards in place to ensure independence and objectivity. And then we have public participation, especially for sensitive projects. This is also a check of the objectivity. The other issue was a clear plan for timely dissemination to Parliament, local governments, and communities of environment information. Yes, even after 2 years, working with local governments, ministries, departments, and agencies, we assess the performance of environment and generate a report accounting to Parliament, accounting to citizens, regarding the state of environment, and this is done every after 2 years. The other issue was how affected communities, outline how affected communities and the civil society organizations are involved in environment decision making. They are consulted during environment and social impact assessment studies, resettlement action plan development, and public consultations where the project is very sensitive. Where the project is not sensitive, these are represented by the local governments. Before we make a determination on any project impacts, the local government of the area must make comments on that project, and this is now done through an automated system. We receive these comments online. But it is also a standard requirement and mandatory for environment and social impact studies to consult all stakeholders related to that project. So that's how participation is done. The other issue was provide clarity on coordination arrangements between NEMA, Ministry of Water, Ministry of Energy, Mineral Development, and local governments. We are under same program, so we have a working group chaired by the permanent secretary, which coordinates us routinely in joint planning, in joint execution, and joint monitoring and evaluation, and annual sector reviews. But at the micro level, we also coordinate very effectively in approval of projects. Before a project is approved, we get comments from a lead agency related to that project. But we also, for the case of the Ministry of Water and Environment, is our supervising ministry. So we sit on the top policy of the ministry, and we relate in every aspect in planning and execution of programs. The last issue was follow-up on non-compliance and implementation of restoration and offset commitments. We have in place a compliance enforcement mechanism. The first is voluntary, where the developer must submit an annual environment audit report to NEMA as a legal requirement. So this ensures us that we know what is going on. And then we also do follow-up inspections and monitoring, and where we find non-compliance, there are many measures we can take. We can issue restoration orders where there is damage to environment. We can issue stop notices where there is a lot of damage going on and the project must stop. Where there is minor non-compliance, we issue compliance assistance and help developers to comply through issuance of improvement notices and technical guidance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, National Water.
Thank you, PS, Mr. Chair, and the members of Parliament. The issues under National Water were 4. That is financial sustainability and debt management, environmental and climate risk management. The third issue was the performance on service delivery and compliance with environmental compliance. And the final was the issue of the debt, government entities, the water areas. And those issues run from page 36 to 53. We did circulate to you a small document, which we circulated a small document, but I only used the main document for presentation for purposes of uniformity. So issue number 1, financial sustainability and debt management. Under that we had we were supposed to provide the corporation's medium-term financial and investment plan for financial year 226, 227 through to 231, 232. So that table you see below there gives you what our forecast is. Under 2026, 227, we have a budget ceiling of SCAP of 106 under GOU. And then you have Kampala Water Lake Victoria project, we have 3 million. And then Southwestern Cluster 2, integrated water management is 0, and Wakiso West 1. So that gives us a total budget ceiling of 112.38 billion. Now, the development partners, I also give you there the status of the ceiling, which is 200, totaling to 209. Under 227, 232, there's a slight change difference, which we made amendment. Under Southwestern Cluster, we are looking at a government support of 24 billion. This is arising out of the fact that under the finance agreement, government is supposed to provide 6 million euros, which comes to about 26 billion. Now, with that commitment, we have so far received 0. So under the ceiling of 2, we have a budget deficit of 24 billion, which we think we are looking at providing it in the next financial year, because the project literally is coming to an end, and we have to make sure we pay the contractor under Southwestern Cluster. So that is that. I detailed there the key projects which are currently implemented by government of Uganda and development partners. There are about 5 projects there. I don't need to go through them. Now, the budget allocation for the financial year 226-227 leaves us with the, if you look at what the needs, we need around 198.38 billion. Again, is the current ceiling of 112. We're left with a budget deficit of 86 billion. This is broken down into the following. Kampala Water Lake Victoria project, we needed 5 billion. What has been provided is 3. So we have a funding gap of 2 billion. We finished Gulu project, and there are a number of en-route towns which are meant to benefit from these projects. And since completion, we did the primary infrastructure. We still have these in-route towns which need to be provided for. We are looking at 45 billion for that to be realized. And then we are also looking at the budget gap, which I've already explained to you under Southwestern Cluster, and arising from inability of government to provide the counterpart funding under the Southwestern Cluster project. So if we have to have disbursement of the 26 billion in the next 2 financial years, we would require at least 13 billion every financial year. So we're looking at a budget gap of 11 billion. The other item is you will remember, Mr. Chair, we came to this committee, there was a supplementary budget that you approved and which went through the approval process to the plenary of 32 billion to enable us to pay Gulu water supply project. I'm happy to report this amount was approved, but in the interest of the Ministry of Finance, they opted that they would provide 50% of that amount in this financial year, and we are hoping that in this next quarter, that 16 billion will be released. When they do that, we still have a problem of the 16 billion, which is not provided for under this current budget, the budget for 226, 227. So that is a critical area, and that figure to remain 16 billion, we are standing on the hope that the Ministry of Finance will release the 16 billion which they promised in this coming quarter. And we're already under pressure from the contractor to have this money paid. At least if that could be paid, we will have some breathing space, and we have to see how we will look at the additional 16 billion in the next financial year. So that is on that. We have been looking at implementing the Nakauka, Kakumiro, and Bukedia projects. These are water stressed areas we have identified. There are more, but these are more critical. Our aspiration was to get an additional 52 billion, but we are happy we appreciate the Ministry of Finance, because in the recent submission, they have allocated additional 40 billion. We are going to utilize the 40 billion to make sure these projects are able to be, they will take off. So that leaves us with a gap of about 12 billion. That's how the 86 has been distributed. Now on the development partner side, we have commitments totaling to 307.7 billion, and the current ceiling is 200. Our request here is basically to lift that ceiling to what these funds are available under the financial agreement. So we just need to lift the ceiling to enable us to absorb to be able to execute the commitments. The funds are there. The issue is lifting the ceiling. Now, the next page on 39, we are just giving you details of how those numbers are distributed. The upper one is for counterpart funding, and the next table is for DP, external finance component. Now the other issue was the assessment of the debt sustainability, including projected cash flows and the borrowing plans. Through Ministry of Finance, and I think at an earlier stage, approval by the Parliament, you allowed us to be able to borrow up to 300 billion. And this, we have been working together with the Ministry of Finance they guided us they authorized us, and I want to say that we were able to borrow 213 billion, and that money we have used it to implement a number of projects which are listed on page 40 of 88. Those are the projects. So far, out of that 213 billion, we have been able to pay 84 billion, and the balance of the money, what we are yet to pay is 129. I want to say we are on course, and we expect by the year 228, 229, will be in a capacity to take additional money for other projects. So table on 41 gives you our ability. So the amount available for loan repayment, which is in bold, and then our loan commitment, annual loan commitments. In year one, this 226, 227, will be able to have only 1 billion over and above the amount. And then next year we have about 3, and the 228 we shall be have excess of 31. That 31 billion can enable us to restructure a loan, and we proceed from there. So that is the position of the market finance. Was the issue of the tariff affordability. I give you on the table how the different tariff structures are, but important to tell you is that for the poor of the poor, our tariff is 1,060. So at a water point level, we sell the water at 25 shillings a jerrycan, including VAT. That is what is expected. I know the problem we have always had is that the vendor, much as they get water at 25, they sell this water at any amount. And we've been trying to regulate them, but that really requires us to work together, because we cannot be spread all over. But we charge 25 shillings for the poor. Now the other thing is that there's an affirmative action to support the industries who consume over 1,000. And those industries are charged 2,500. That amount is far below the production cost of water. But this is supposed to help to support the economy. So those are the two things but the rest of tariff figures are there per cubic meter, and we are trying to unpack it into a cost per jerrycan. Now, coverage and new connections, piped water and sewage, I give you there our performance in the last 8 years. That just gives you what we've been able to do. One would ask why 8 years? This is mostly, we're looking at our corporate planning cycle. Our corporate plans are 3-year cycle. So we wanted to look at our performance in about 3 corporate plan cycles. So on the next page, which is 44, I give you numbers in the table which cover a number of towns we are serving, the coverage levels, sewer in terms of water and sewage, the number of kilometers we have been able to do for water and sewage, and then the number of connections over the period. That's what I give you. I know there is going to be a question, why is the coverage coming low? Why is it low? You know, the people are working very hard to increase our numbers, but the investment efforts are not matching. And also when we take over new towns, these towns, the service coverage levels also need to be enhanced. So this is basically the impact of the additional towns, but also population growth which is not being matched with the investments. Now the next issue was under environmental and the climate risk management. What is it that, number one is to provide a summary of environmental and climate risk management measures for major capital projects proposed by. I want to let you know that all major projects which we are doing, we have measures to protect the environment, source protection measures. We're doing Gulu, we are in Arua, we're in Busheni, we're in Mbale, where we're doing emerging infrastructure. Climate and social safeguard issues are taken into consideration in line with the laws of the country. That is what we do. And then under that same, we were asked to indicate how national water investments will align with the national environmental standards and climate commitments. Under one, the A, B, C, D, we have tried to detail what we will do. But one of the things I always sign a document out is the quarterly report, which we give to NEMA on implementation of measures. And the other thing also is, before we get a NEMA certificate, we pay this based on the cost of the project. So we comply. Maybe not enough, but we're always, with our brother here, we're always on board. But source protection, we're on board. We're doing a number of measures, both through development finance, but also through our measures, our budget measures, which can contribute towards the overall catchment management plans. The other issue was the non-revenue water levels and reduction plans. Non-revenue water has remained a major issue, and more so, it's a bigger problem in Kampala. The bigger the city, the bigger the problem, but also cultural tendencies. I think one of our biggest areas of non-revenue water challenges is the water theft. And this theft is more prevalent where there is a lot of urban population, where people are many. Character mix is very complex. That's another challenge, is a challenge. But one of the things which we are still studying is that because we are having apartments where we are forced by consumer demand to make sure every building has a meter. These meters are designed to record flow at a certain level. Any flow which is below the minimum is not measured. So experience shows we lose up to 15%, sometimes even 20%, water which is not measured, especially during the night when people are not using the toilets, what have you. The water, what goes in it goes unrecognized. Now the meters naturally have an inherent loss. They have an inherent inaccuracy. All those are taken into. Other countries have introduced policy measures to be able to how to capture this water, which goes unnoticed through a meter, and it is not counted. That is really our problem. And when you look around, you don't see too much leakages everywhere. And we have just done a study recently that what we call economical non-revenue water loss, which is economical to address, where if you go below, you now begin having a problem, is around 17% already. So if you attempt to reduce non-revenue water below 17% in Kampala, you'll be putting in more money than the benefit. So when you look at these figures, you have to look at them in context. So there are a lot of measures, but I think the key issue is what can we do? What policy measures can we think about so that these losses which are inherent, sometimes going up to 20%, can be addressed? And that affects national water, but it also affects the umbrella organizations. It's not only us. It's a major issue which needs to be looked at. The third issue was about performance on service delivery and environmental compliance. I came here with Dr. Rose. He's an accomplished water quality expert, but in the interest of making sure this report is, I will ask him to answer the questions. I know when the question comes. But generally, the issue was, what is our compliance level? The report I have here is that our compliance level is 95.5%. That is compared to 97% as prescribed by World Health Organization guidelines. But we also have our Ugandan guidelines, which talk about 98.5. And so we are okay. Coming to sewage, we have a standard, a performance contract target of 50% compliance of sewerage effluent standards. And our performance right now is 77%. I know somebody will also ask, why 50, why 70? We are Africans. We have to appreciate our reality. The most modern facility so far we have done, which can bring those standards, is the Bugulobi sewage treatment plant. A plant where we spend 123 million euros to implement. So most of the facilities we have in
I'm told the byproduct of Kampala are making it impossible to use Bugulobi very well.
No, we are producing gas. And the gas is helping us to produce energy. 70% of energy consumption in the sewage treatment plant is from what we help. All of us are contributing. I know there was some statement they said somewhere, but I think it was said out of context.
Yeah, they said in the news and we're saying,
there is a lot of matoke, these offals we are eating, all these things, they help us. So I encourage you to eat more of those stuff, so that the worries of the people can be overcome. But so far, I want to tell you, we are okay. We are producing 70% of the what? Of the sewage of electricity from our systems. But Dr. Rose, at an appropriate time, will elaborate on those other numbers, if need be. Then under the same, what plan? How will these plans improve the indicators which we are talking about? We have outlined on page 47 intervention, network expansion. We are talking of proper connection, strategies, infrastructure investment which we plan to do, both water and sewage. Under non-revenue water, I've already talked about the policy considerations we need to think about, so that what we can't address through technical solutions can be addressed through a policy arrangement. Liquidation measures, metering improvement, and then also controlling these illegal connections. On the water quality, we have outlined a number of strategies there. Strengthening water quality monitoring, process optimization, improving the water treatment processes, then the wastewater treatment improvement. We also want to continue with our source protection measures, and of course taking advantage of technology so that we have more proficient monitoring and reporting arrangements. The other issue now was the government entities for water areas. We want to thank the Parliament, the Natural Resources Committee, for the effort that you made to enable us to secure 81 billion out of the 105 billion which government MDAs were owing us. We want to appreciate that. We can't take it for granted. And that the support never ended there. You really showed that you are our supervisors by calling these people to come and account on that money. So far, we have received 52.4 billion. We still have some entities, about 3 government agents. That is the Ministry of Defense, Police, and also Ministry of Gender, who have not, for whatever reason, remitted what was given to them, amounting to 26 billion. We have an option to disconnect, but we are trying to be a bit, because we know the people who end up suffering from disconnection are not the ones who pay. So if we can if we can put collective effort to ask these people to account so that they can transfer this money, the 25 billion, it will be very, very good. I think I have tried to summarize item number 4. That's what we have. And I beg to submit. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, I think that is the end of our presentation.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for a very elaborate exposition. I think that we now have amidst us your colleague, the Shadow Minister for Water and Environment, the Honorable Christine Kaya Nachimwero, Chiboga District. Honorable Kaya, while you are away, it had been in our interest that we get a view into the alternative policy statement. We already set this flight and gave the passengers an estimated time within which we should touch down. We barely have another 18 minutes to our arrival. But I know that considering that the airspace has a little bit of challenges, missiles here and there, we've taken a longer route, so we probably might land a little bit later than when we expected to touch down. But I'm sure within that time we can allow you to have also spoken to us. We wish that we invite you to present the alternative ministerial policy statement, but specifically focusing on the alternative policies, so that the minister, together with her team, may be able to hear you out. You never know, if nothing is done about these alternative policies within this short time, the staff would have already picked your views, so that in case there is anything, you know, the bright is very future. Huh? I welcome you, Christine. We missed you while you are away, but welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair, and the Minister, and the teams of the Ministry. Thank you for the compilations. We have been studying them very well. And we got our... Okay. Oh, I was not on record. I am in the shadow, don't worry. So I was thanking the Minister plus the team from the Ministry, and I am echoing this as our alternative priorities based on the Attorney General's report of 2025, based on the national development plans, and these are some of the priorities that we feel could be exchanged this year. When you look at a government priority...
Honorable Minister, your colleagues have not got copies. I don't know if you have some extras. We normally have a policy analyst from Office of the Leader of Opposition. They don't attend meetings anymore. There used to be somebody deployed here. I think she left us. Which one is easier for the minister to follow? This one?
That one, yes. Yes. I am not going to make a very long presentation.
I invite the Honorable Charles Devandeke of Bale County to pay attention to my minister.
So for those of you who have access to this presentation, I am going right away to page 19. Page 19, which has a summary of the alternative priorities. There is a government priority on establishing large dams and piped water schemes. But on our side, we feel we need to establish a functionality grant. We feel we should first protect what we already built through a dedicated maintenance fund. Because based on the Office of the Attorney General's report 2025, a 30% infrastructure failure rate within 3 years due to poor maintenance was recorded. So we have the view that we direct Uganda shillings 200 million from Project 1614, the project termed as Rural Water Supply, specifically from appraisal and feasibility studies and light ICT hardware. We are proposing to transfer these funds to the District Water and Sanitation Conditional Development Grant to repair existing non-functional boreholes. And what we expect is a longer lifespan, reduced wastage of public funds. That is number one. Number two, there was a government priority on industrial irrigation parks. And in our alternative priority, we feel that we should focus on micro irrigation kits for smallholder farmers. Because 80% of farmers are subsistence based on the UBOS report of 2025 and cannot benefit from centralized industrial parks. So we propose that we repurpose Uganda shilling 3.87 billion from Project 1523 called Water for Production Phase 2, specifically from the consultancy service capital line. These funds should be moved from desk-based consultants to the direct procurement of solar-powered irrigation kits for village-level farmer groups. And we expect that immediate livelihood improvement and food security shall be accessed. Then the third priority area, the ministry had prioritized an issue to sort out delayed institutional capacity enhancement. And we are proposing that we prioritize alternative livelihoods grant, cash plus skills and credit. And this is because wetland re-encroachment where no alternative income exists, according to the Office of the Attorney General 2025. Poverty-driven re-encroachment makes eviction-only strategies fail. So 30% infrastructure failure within 3 years was reported by the Office of the Attorney General. So we are proposing that we redirect Uganda shillings 3.63 billion from Project 1799 called the Katonga/Mpologoma Resilience, currently classified under administrative and support services. This removal of funds from learning exchange visits and steering committees directs the money straight to communities as initial capital for non-wetland enterprises. Our expected outcome is sustainable voluntary wetland restoration and reduced conflict between citizens and NEMA. So we are proposing for alternative incomes for people we are chasing out of the what? Out of the wetlands. Otherwise, evictions only have failed. The other alternative by the government is on urban waste management, which is generalized. We are proposing that we emphasize the issue of waste to energy investment. And this is because extreme pollution in water bodies, according to the Office of the Attorney General, Auditor General 2025, requires a value addition approach to waste. So we are proposing that we redirect UGX 1.62 billion from vote 019. TAM does ministry headquarters, specifically from ICT hardware, Uganda shillings 1.2 billion, and official ceremonies, Uganda shillings 420 millions. These administrative luxuries should be repurposed into a revolving fund to attract private sector waste to energy investors. Our outcome is reduced pollution and new green jobs. And our last one is a priority by government on agency restructuring. For us, our priority that we are proposing is to fill at least 20% staffing gap instead of agency restructuring, because gross understaffing at the district level leaves 1.26 million hectares of forest reserves unprotected. So we are proposing to repurpose Uganda shillings 1.1 billion from Department 005 Forestry Management, specifically from consultancy services, amounting to UGX 800 millions, and litigation expenses amounting to Uganda shillings 200 million. Use these funds to fill the 290 vacant forest guard positions that the government has left empty despite the mounting deforestation. We expect that there will be improved monitoring and service delivery. So those are our alternative policy priorities. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Minister. In fact, you are doing very, very well. You have helped us a great deal, and yet very factual in your presentation. Colleagues, you have heard from the Honorable Minister, Aisha Sechindi, MP. You have also heard from the Honorable Christine Kaya Nachimwero. And these are the issues before us as we consider the ministerial policy statement. I welcome you. First of all, there are those colleagues that came in the middle of the minister's presentation. Some of the visitors here may not have met you before, others may have only seen a slightly different image on TV or on newspaper, so they may not know that you are exactly who you are. It's only noble that we introduce ourselves to them so that when the Undersecretary goes back to Luzira, she knows you very well. Next time you go there asking for a borehole, she will quickly tell the people at reception to clear you, to go upstairs to claim for the borehole. I want to begin with my colleague at the extreme left.
Thank you, Sir Honorable Chair, for this latitude. Good afternoon, honorable ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lunyimbazi Nalukola. I'm the brand new member of parliament in this town. Nice meeting you.
Yes, so that is you can imagine the PS is aware that you are the model Kawempe. Yes, that is the Honorable Nalukola of Kawempe. Yes, please, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Charles Tevandeke Mtibali constituency, Kayumba district. Almost over.
Yeah. Honorable Charles Tevandeke is from Chagwe. He says he's from Bali. So for scholars like Barega Kankwasa, when you are designing your research question, when you want to study the incidence of or rather the prevalence of child sacrifices in areas around. When you choose to do a geographical delimitation of the scope, it's always good. Well, that is on a lighter moment. The people of Bali are good people.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Sentai Muhammad. I represent the people of Bukoto West in Ruangwa District, and I'm a member of this committee, permanent and pensionable.
That is Honorable Sentai for you. We sent him for Humra. He lifted up from Entebbe, but within a few hours he came back, so I don't know what made him stop on the way. No. The other time, on the 28th of February, he was supposed to be arriving at in Mecca, but it's okay. You didn't arrive so that you can be here, so that's all right. The next member that is new, not new in the committee, but in the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. David Karubanga is my name. I represent the people of Chikoroga County, Ruangwa District, member of the
David Karubanga. So, colleagues, those that were here and the rest of you that came in, I'm sure you've been able to follow. I want to invite us to make a few interventions. Oh. Oblige me 1,000 apologies. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, sir, Honorable Minister and your team, my name is Geoffrey Feta, a Member of Parliament for Aivu Division East. A city in a rural area without water. I am the Deputy Chairperson of this committee. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have heard, those are your members. You have heard my deputy chair is an MP of a city which has no water. And you can imagine they supply you a very able Assistant Commissioner, HRM. Why don't you consider chasing that one from that side? If water is not arriving in Arua.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have energy to come to this meeting because the last 3 years I've been to that ministry in Bugolobi. Since the results have not yielded, I was hesitant to come here. Even the two senior officers you see there, Engineer Mayo and the man who recruits for them, even in his home area in Oluko, there is no water. But he recruits the people who provide water for this country. But I hope this meeting will resolve that also. Thank you. Thank you.
You can imagine. So anyway, colleagues, maybe the deputy chair has put for me a precursor to where I wanted to start from. And he particularly said, Mr. Ezati recruits for water the people that provide water for the rest of the country. My first area of concern is, Honorable Minister, what is the status of the staffing level in the ministry? Do we have sufficient provision in the establishment by way of people in post? If not, what are the critical areas where you believe Parliament should be helpful to you? Just related to that is that the last time we were together, I recall that we were still having the balance between two views, whether or not the NFA repeal bill was going to either be assented to or not. But eventually we learned that it was assented to, and NFA is back in the ministry. What is the status of the mainstreaming, not just of the functions of NFA, but also of the staff that were in NFA? We are very interested in a candid reply to this, because as opposed to transport and works, where we see most of the people who were in the former UNRWA are hanging in between different corridors in Parliament, in ministries, in Public Service Commission, trying to look for a day when they will be interviewed for absorption into the ministry. We would be happy to know if specific efforts have been taken to address the plight of the staff of the National Forest Authority. And maybe you will help us comment, considering that in the knowledge of this committee, that the people who have been in agencies such as NFA had a slightly higher remuneration than the counterparts in the ministry. What is the implementation strategy? Do they have to revert to the U scale, or are some of them being absorbed on a personal to holder basis? There was the issue of forest rangers. It's a bit similar to the issue of the environmental police. Maybe the ministry can find a way to comment on both of those. Why? Because whereas there have been a number of executive orders and directives of the president, there have been instructions issued by NEMA, we still witness people doing large-scale farming right in the middle of wetlands, especially in as far as rice is concerned, and then others growing vegetables. We believe that there is an issue to do with enforcement. What is the status of recruitment of forest rangers and the environment police? Honorable Minister, forgive me, because we took a very huge cluster of response from you. I still have a number of things, but the next one is in 2019, this committee, Honorable Shabe was here, this committee chose to start a project. Initially, we provided for 8 billion. Eventually, we provided for 20 billion. For purposes of one, acquiring a boat. I don't recall the technical name of it, but a boat whose object was to help to do surveillance of the water affluence and the water quality in Lake Victoria. But alongside it was a project of construction of a modern Water Resources Quality Laboratory. So the first year, 2019, we provided, I think, 8 billion. The following year, we gave 20. And unfortunately, this parliament is coming to an end. I have not been lucky to be taken to do inspection. Maybe take a ride on the boat, but most importantly, go and look at how far the ministry has gone in constructing the water resources quality laboratory. What is the situation with this project? I do not know if that is the one the commissioner was saying is coming to an end this year, because there was the other project that I'm talking about was supposed to be rolled over in 5 years. We're supposed to provide money every financial year, and in the 5th year, we shall have concluded it. Please appraise us on its status. National Water and Sewage Corporation. When we were struggling to find the unfunded budget for Kampala Water Sun, the issue was that the project is supposed to have closed by the end of financial year 23-24. We didn't get money then. 24-25 we did not. But I think, if I recall, alongside the money for arrears, last year money was provided for the Kampala Water Sun project, the counterpart funding from government. Is this project now concluded, or do we still have the Kampala water and sanitation issues hanging over us? Would you like to appraise the committee on how far we have gone with the Kampala Water Sun as at today? And finally, Honorable Minister, when I appeared before the Committee on the Budget to present and defend recommendation of our budget framework paper. As you know, as a colleague, when I go there at that stage, I go in as though I am the minister for your sector. Budget committee was specifically keen to know there were funds that we needed. One, for desilting of valley tanks. They wanted to know which are the districts and which specific valley tanks did we target to desil. They wanted that list. Number two, we were looking for money for umbrella water projects. They also wanted us to provide them with a complete list of which particular areas are going to benefit from this water project. So that when I go back there, probably on the 13th or 14th of next month, I should be able to present specifics. I see here, yes, in this report, some narratives have been given, but the way it's presented so far, I am sure Budget Committee would still have a question to ask. So that is it from my side. Colleagues, I want to invite you. Maybe what we do, we take like from 3 people, the minister responds to that, and then we take another. Because I also know that sometimes when we narrate 20 issues, sometimes the responses disappear between each other. So who are ready to go? Bale County, then we will have Kasanda North.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on the report, on the statement by the Minister on Ministerial Policy, this one, to save time.
The response of the Minister.
On page 71, I'm just extracting the word completed or substantially implemented in financial year 2020-2026. Honorable Chair, I need to get privy to the presentation from the Shadow Minister. when you see a cahier of names of projects in the list to be implemented in just one financial year, it gives me a lot of doubt. But if I'm not so thankful, I can get excited that there is a consideration of very many areas to be supplied with the projects. I'm of a question, why can't the ministry go smartly to only consider a few elements that is achievable in a specific financial year? Then it also eases our work of monitoring, reporting, so that others can be prioritized in the next financial than having all of this. Because this raw information can also misguide the budgeting process and the consideration for allocation. That's why you have very many unfunded priorities of the projects, but its origin emanates from here. So why don't you have a few? We move slowly, steadily, but sure on achieving such. Then, Honorable Chair, I've seen here Buvuma. It was on page, it is on Annexure 4, Annexure 3, page 88, as amongst the projects which are expected to be completed or partially implemented. Honorable Chair, I happened to go to Buvuma with the Committee of National Economy. I don't know whether this is the very project that has been captioned in here or it is another one. The project was complete, but non-function. Even the would-be beneficiaries were complaining over the same.
Honorable, yes. I think you helped the PS. The PS is trying to pick.
It
pick
is page 88. Yeah. Oh, is it in this one? I'm very sorry. Chair, I'm going to give information over the same. I'll be marked where it is, but I'm getting some. I think I had a lot to present, but when he whispered at that time, oh, it is here. Page 78 of 88.
What document is that, please? Oh, okay.
So I'm seeing Buvuma amongst the project in the Central Region. This is one of the very few I've just got a chance to have oversight as a member on the Committee of National Economy. But the project was fully completed, but non-functional. And when I sit here, I don't know whether it's going to be considered for allocation of some other fund. So what is that fund going to do? Is it maintenance?
Honorable, just to help the chair, what is the reason for its non-functionality? What is it that they told you since you went with the national economy on an oversight?
Actually, even the engineer didn't have a clear answer. But what they told us, the project was completed, but maybe the users did not handle it well. Indeed, everybody was shocked. Even if we are privy to go there to Buvuma tomorrow, we can evidence this. So if I see the same, again being captured within the new consideration, is it to excite and give a lot? Now you see here, all these projects are to be considered in this very financial year. Is it the magic that is going to complete it? Shall it be constructed by a word of God that let there be and it be? Where will the time be enough to complete all this and consider this? Honorable Chair, lastly, I've not, I need more clarification on this table 42 of 88 in the same report on the prices in cubic meters for 42 of 88. The prices for in cubic meters, yes. Page 42 of 88. Is it page 36? Yes. Honorable Chair.
Page 36?
Yes.
I don't think so.
This one.
36 is the logo.
It is 42 of 88.
42.
This one is honorable is confusing because it's honorable. So, honorable Chair, when you read here, the guideline is to create accessibility of water to the poorer and to consider the poor people to have access to water at ease. But I'm wondering how comes the cost, the price for water for domestic and the public is higher than for industrial, yet these ones only buy for consumption, domestic use consumption, and this one utilize the water for production, making profit. If we actually to fit the objective, why should we escalate the prices for domestic and again lower the prices for industrialization? Yet these ones have even the capacity to be levied the tax, to fit in the principle of taxation of equity and the equality.
Colleague, Amateur saying in his explanation about the reasons of poverty, talks about what they call distribution failures. So sometimes the lack of is not because it is not there, but because of the distribution failures. Now the perspective, if I want to help you, that I seem to have understood them. The perspective under which they do their pricing is on the basis of volume of consumption. That those that have a higher uptake, because every unit cost is likely to attract, the return on investment is higher when you consume more. Therefore, the cost of supplying you is mitigated by the volume that you consume. For instance, if the unit cost of, let me use producing as a word for want of a better English. If the unit cost of producing a bottle of water is probably 20,000, it is easier for National Water to say, let me charge him 25,000. But there is another person, other than taking this bottle, which is a half a liter, he takes 1,000 liters. In the 1,000 liters, instead of charging the 25 so as to recover the 20, he or she can say that from the 1,000 liters, I can afford not to recover 20,000, but I can recover 4,000 from each of the 1,000 liters, and I will still be able to break even. So that will cause a price differentiation per unit cost for somebody consuming one bottle and that one who consumes 1,000 liters. I don't know if I have caused Engineer Mayo much more problems, but that's how I understand why you charge the domestic higher and the industrial is lower.
You know, to people who know what they are, you are in economics, I'm an engineer. This is a more of an economics equation. And maybe to add to you, 80% of our consumers are domestic. So if you want us to charge less, you cannot even pay for our electricity. So you need to understand it from economics perspective and a number of parameters. But our main revenue chain is the domestic, because they account for 80% of our consumers. And I liked the chairman's elaboration. One thing he has schooled me, which I also didn't know, it is cheaper for me to deliver this volume of water to one person. If I distributed that volume to a number of people, I need to recruit so many people to go and collect all this. And the volume by these people who are charging 2,500 can supply maybe another, the number of customers you have to reach out is very expensive. It's more of economics and sustainability. And yeah, thank you.
Chair, Chair, as I'm finishing, I appreciate your guidance, but these are matters of state responsibility to its own citizens. I don't see why, because I was also looking at it in the perspectives of economic principles of taxation, where you levy a tax in capacity to the taxpayer. So the businessman has got more capacity to meet the tax levies than a domestic consumer. It is an issue that needs to be revised and balance the scale of economics and the capacity to the taxpayer, and come up with the regulations as one of the, as he said. Honorable Chair, I have not got enough satisfactory clarification on Nexus Green. Chair, personally, I was also not meant to come here. Nexus Green, if I'm to recall the records of money that this parliament borrowed to give Nexus Green to implement projects in this country, vis-a-vis what has been implemented, it can be rated to zero performance. We have very many projects in our constituencies that are pending. We have no water. Some of our colleagues not coming back, yet they are members. Your members, Honorable Chair. It's because of Nexus Green. We sit on this committee and we lack water, and even your vice laments from here. What about me, a member, to your committee, Honorable Chair? I beg to submit. I'm not happy. This committee has not respected us, though it has utilized all our efforts and salivas to speak on its behalf. Members have benefited nothing in regards of water.
Colleagues, Honorable Tewandeke, I wish I was chairing this committee at a different season and time. I am sure you would be laughing me as a chair, but sadly this has been my season, so that's where I have found myself. The Honorable Senior, Geoffrey Kanya, is also in the Committee on Finance, dealing with this sort of things, but he has matters that he wants to address this committee. Honorable, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Rico Habat. I want to thank the Minister and the PS and technical team and colleagues. I request the Chair to grant me opportunity, and I thank you. Chair, the issue of, I think, Nexus Green or deep wells that you sank in our constituencies has costed us a lot. But nonetheless, you needed to complete it. And I just want to thank you for drilling it, but please complete it. It is a good project. I was told by your technical team, support domestic water and small irrigation. And the people of my community decided to arrange their PDM in line with the availability of water for small irrigation, animals, growing vegetables so that they can export to Kenya. But to this date, they're seeing a white elephant. And you know, for them, they don't reason like me and you. You can't tell them tomorrow. So kindly, I need a message of hope, but also assurance that that resource will be in this budget. Finally, Honorable Chair, we live around Lake Victoria. I live on that side of Buziga, Gaba side. All the rivers or the channels or the trenches taking water to Lake Victoria is full of plastic bottles and other plastics. I have done research. Some countries have banned plastics, Rwanda, and all manufacturers of water are directed, if you want to produce water, produce in a glass bottle. Mr. Chairperson and colleagues, we are transferring liability and debt to ourselves and to our future generation. Honorable Minister, is it hard for you really to recommend to Parliament that we ban plastic bottles and make it mandatory for glass bottles? And whoever wants to produce plastic bottles and other plastics, be directed to clean the channels. And this is done in other countries. So many countries are producing plastic, but the producers of plastics have established systems to clean the channel. If you don't clean the channel, your company is closed. Is it very hard for us, Mr. Chairman? Thank you very much. And as I go back to Committee of Finance, I want to tell you the issue of Nexus Green has been raised, and fear has been directed to follow whether there was money laundering on it. So it's a very serious matter, colleagues. As you talk here, the other side, colleagues are also very serious. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, our colleague. It will be you, Patrick. I just wanted to allow our senior opportunity to rush back. I am sure that almost each one of my members, when they rise to speak today, I am sure they may have one or two things to say about Nexus Green. Nexus Green, Honorable Minister, I suspect is one of the fattest and also the snow white skeletons that hovers around the corridors of your ministry, not just in the evenings, but all the time. Nexus Green, from the people who represent Ugandans, has been a very big problem. He is even preferring to call it disaster. Honorable Minister, I was one of those who was lucky to be called when I became chairman of this committee. Nexus Green was allocated much more, maybe 2022 there is when colleagues got. So for me, it kept quiet until 2024 July when I became a chairman. 2 days later, they called me and they came there. And so maybe the one in Gweri is not as terrible as the colleagues say. But I just want to share with you. They finished the drilling, they constructed the unit, they put up, first and foremost, that well, according to them, has been one of the most productive. I don't know whether people call it 22 cubic, something like that. Huh? Yeah. Something of the sort. So according to them, for a borehole, it's one of the biggest production wells in as far as water potential is concerned. But they have put there 2 small water tanks of about 3,000 liters each. Huh? These things of Gentex or something. You know those black things? Yes. Then, according to them, because at the time when we were running around over votes, people were on my case. They think they are finished, but we don't see water. Then I was told that part of the solar panels had not yet been brought. They said we are still waiting for, you bring about 7 units of solar panels. The 8th one has not yet come. That was the reason, that they were waiting for one piece of the solar panels. Number 2 or 3. Now, with what they discovered as the water productivity potential of the well, they choose that they would take water to 2 points. 3, one line direct to a trading center, put a tap there. Another one to the nearest primary school, put one tap there. And the 3rd one to the family from where I bought the land. Because in this one, they say the ministry could not buy the land and so on, but you see, we had already told people, so I had to pay the owner of the piece of land and so on and so forth. Those are the only 3 points. Now, if you have that potential in the well, and then you choose to sink, I don't know the unit cost of one Nexus Green project. You sink that amount of money there, and then you supply 3 taps. What is the strategic objective of a Nexus Green project? I thought that it was supposed to bring in a significant number of people from the surrounding area to get piped water at their nearest point. How do we do a project such as that one and only supply 3 taps? And we are happy to call, you know, interestingly, they call only the district people there. They don't care whether there was an MP behind the scenes who was trying to come to you. So they will only call the people there and then they say, okay, we have the RDC and who come and commission the project. So that probably those ones don't ask the nitty-gritty of the scope of which the project was supposed to be. That is me. At least I am lucky that there are 2 taps or 3 taps they have put. These other colleagues of mine, they will all tell you, Honorable Minister, a story one after the other of how Nexus Green caused them trouble during the recent election. The attrition rate of my committee, I don't know about other committees, but probably is the highest. Out of the 44 of us, less than 10 are returning. Yes, this committee. Yes. Less than 10. Less than 10. You understand? So when you hear members saying, like the Honorable from Bali saying, Chair, in your community, I have suffered, I have got, it is because in my leadership, I am one of the only chairs where the sector that we superintend did not come through by way of service delivery to my members. So you, as you see here, even the ones you see inside here, I think only about 6 are returning. But that is, yes. But if you call in a full committee meeting, you will see what has happened. But one of the fundamental things was Nexus Green, because during Honorable Tala's time, that Nexus Green project went with this committee around their constituencies, and each one of them announced that they were going to bring water. Unfortunately, they reached elections when these people had not taken the water. So they had to they had to pay. But anyway, I just wanted to emphasize Nexus Green. We are given Cassandra, then you chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think you have helped me to highlight partly what I wanted to highlight. Madam Minister, these projects come, they deliver, like Chair has explained, 3 points where they can get water, and there is no efforts of a water extension. Cassandra Town got water some time back, the solar powered project, when we were not even yet a district. There is high growth, but where water was put in 2017, it is where it is today. Honorable Minister and PS, I really want to think we should be intentional. To say that water has come, where is the plan for extension? So that people cannot live in a town council that they know, where they know that you can only get water when you go in the middle of the town. There should be an extension plan, continuous, so that whoever is managing, among the budgets they are managing, they must have at least for every financial year, a village or 2, a cell or 3 are added onto the grid. But they drop it there, and people just hear that there is water in the nearby, and for them, they are never served. When I saw some of the percentages that are written here, I even got surprised whether you people are in touch with what is going on. You're giving yourself at 85% service? Oh my God. Even where water is delivered, you cannot give yourself 85%. Where there is water, I really want to assume that these percentages are coming just to, I don't know why somebody would give themselves that huge percentage. Even among the big towns, many people are not served. Chair, there are projects that were done, irrigation schemes that were done in 2018. I was a member of the committee then, and that the project they put on near my farm and to serve the village, because I provided the land. That was not mine. The project is intended to serve the village. But
Honorable Cassandra is coming from the gallery and review. He wasn't here in the 10th Parliament. In the 10th Parliament, they gave those mini irrigation schemes. But the member of Parliament, so to say, in order to secure the project, had to provide where the what?
The land where
the land would be, but it was not for his purpose.
Exactly.
It was for the community.
But that project, Honorable Chair, that project was abandoned before it was commissioned, and since then I don't know whether the ministry knows that it exists it. All the materials, the solar panels and everything that was put there was vandalized. And I kept communicating until the gentleman who was called the AD told me, you people, I left in Mbarara. I'm no longer in charge. So the project never served the community that it was intended to. Money was spent. It was, even from the beginning. So I would be happy that, I assume probably that is going on everywhere. You spend the money, you come and leave and abandon the projects. I hope it is not what goes on elsewhere. Honorable Chair, I want to hear from the Minister. What is the budget for maintaining these boreholes? That it is so difficult to fund, that in every district, at every corner, it has to be the MOP to be called that a borehole is down. How much is that the ministry cannot give a priority? Because we cannot say that we are at 80% having served the population, when in actual sense, these people are not served at all. There are so many boreholes, Honorable Minister, that lie non-functional and nobody cares. There are so many out there. Where the MOP stops, that's where things stop. And the communities are probably back to fetching water from the unclean water sources. So I really want to know, why is it so difficult to find the money to do that? Because there are basics in this. There are basics if we are really doing anything to serve the people. The best thing is the borehole. Now technologies have improved, where you can even install that borehole, install a tank, and probably the community is served better. But all this, when you abandon a well which you put money yourself in, which you invested in for the community, and the community is not served, Right Honorable Chair and Right Honorable Minister, I really want to think a lot needs to be done by this ministry. We want to walk with our heads high to say there is a government that can serve the people, but unfortunately, what goes on down where we are coming from is so appalling. Deputy Chair, sorry for having been the chairperson for some time, and there is no water in you.
Mr. Chairman, you are aware that the honorable colleague there one time caused a very humble honorable Kasai to respond. He is usually very provocative, but that is him. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Minister, I would like to inquire about the former staff of Meteorological Department. After the rationalization, did we manage to absorb all of them? If we absorbed all of them, were there areas between the period of them being absorbed and the actual absorption? Were those areas paid to them? I had wanted to ask an issue about NSSF, but Mr. Chairman had asked about it. NFA, I think Chairman clearly raised it. But I also wanted to know, in your payroll, who qualifies to be a scientist in the ministry now? Who qualifies to be a scientist? And how many are there in your payroll? Mr. Chairman, the issue of Nexus Green did not spare any of us. At least you reported that they concluded where you were. But in my constituency, they went and drilled a borehole. I don't know if they negotiated with the landowner. They drilled a borehole, and the landowner came to my home now from another sub-county to ask for compensation for his land. And they later abandoned the borehole 2 years down the road. There's no communication, no update. Nobody bothers to tell you what is going on. And as we speak now, the site is abandoned as it was 2 years ago. The landowner is demanding compensation, and he does not know who he is supposed to demand compensation from. So Nexus Green, I think, is one of the most poorly managed projects, but could not be mismanaged by professionals. So I don't know what is going on. So we may need some clarification here. Mr. Pierce, through the Honorable Minister, Mr. Pierce, I made a request to you for water for production for a community, because that time the President, His Excellency the President, summoned us to Chankwanzi and said, you cannot be leaders when you are not growing coffee, when you are not growing cocoa. And then I put a request to you to support our efforts. I planted the cocoa, I planted the coffee, about 6 acres. And I requested for water for production. It took 2.5 years for your team to go and do a site visit. The first cocoa I planted with the coffee, if you go to the site now, the animals have taken over. I incurred the first loss. I insisted. I went back to the commissioner. He said, okay, my team is now going to finish that work. I went back with them. Nothing. So I don't know if you want us to come to these meetings and begin to do a street demonstration before you act. What should we exactly do for our appeals to be heard? Thank you.
Okay, what we do, colleagues, I know that we have another 3 or so coming up, but But I wanted to suggest that for this small cluster, this bunch, we allow the minister deal with those, then we take the second and probably the last bit, isn't it? Okay, that's with the indulgence of the minister. Do you prefer that we receive everything or?
I think it is better that way. I don't know the technical team what it is.
Chair, thank you so much. Chair, my first concern was on page 8 of 88, where I saw page 8 of 88. I just summarized on
Page
this.
8?
8. In this booklet, yeah. Where they... It's not my copy. There's something that is not in the table, where they said additional fund resources amounting 222 billion has been provided by Ministry of Finance. And my concern is that was the Ministry prepared for it? Is it sort of a supplementary? Because it's not catered for in the table they presented us as something they prepared for. Because usually, Mr. Chair, this money which comes like this and sort of a supplementary always causes a lot of challenges at implementation. Two, Mr. Chair, the Minister ably in her communication said before this meeting ends, we shall have known the amount of money that goes to districts, local governments to repair boreholes. But the meeting is about to end. I'm not seeing anything that is in line with what she communicated. Chair, I want her, as she concludes in this meeting, to again record it and show us where the money is that goes to repair boreholes. I know herself, because she has been an MP for some time, at some point, unless the minister is giving her bailout, always uses her money also to repair boreholes. That's that, like we do. So we really want to, where is that money that she talked about that goes to repair boreholes? 3, Mr. Chair, on page 9, I think of page 9 and 10 of 88, there's the commission, I think, for water quality. She said there's a project which has very good planned outputs, which is about to close before it starts. I think she talked about that right here. My question is, was that project feasible? Was it realistic? Was it necessary? If we have been able to be there without it and it's closing before it starts, was it well planned? And we need that money anyway now. And if the money is going to be provided in the last year, how sure can we be that money for a project of so many years can be consumed in just 1 year when it's about to close? Chair, another one which is closely related, and I'll give some information, Chair, and also blame myself and the rest of my colleagues, because I was on this committee during the Otala time, and I know how some of these projects, and to go on record, I don't care, how some of these projects that were promised to members of the committee came about. Chair, I think we should also blame ourselves as members of the committee then, because we moved to Eastern Uganda. I personally went to Serere, where I saw stored things. The tap stands had even rusted, but these guys were saying these are the water sources. What? We even went to, I remember when we went to school, we said, where's the water? There was nothing. Now I think we can blame ourselves. I think we did not do our part at that time. Chair, you were not there. I was there. I blame myself. And these guys, you know, they are also like politicians. They said, no, we are going to improve. You wait, you see what you shall do in your constituencies. We are going to give this and this and this. Little did we know that what had failed there was going to come for us. Chair, I have one compliment, which is good. Me, I got 2 projects in my constituency. And by the way, one of them is very successful. One, they drilled, they put everything, and people have the water. But the other one, after he had even contributed $1 million or 2 to compensate the landowner, they drilled, even their machine got stuck there. I think they even bought an engine from something small there, and they said the water can even supply the whole sub-county. From that day, I don't know what happened up to tomorrow. But one of them is very successful in my district. So, Chair, you were talking about, because I had a lot of interest in those projects. The minimum those projects we ran for was between 600. When you look at what these people are doing, and you compare the amount that is spent, and you compare with the other small projects that Ministry of Agriculture does, I think there's a very big problem. That's why I'm saying maybe the 12th Parliament has a task, because I'm not seeing this thing ending now, to go deep into this. Some of us maybe will be called upon again because we are part of the problem, and I blame myself because we really didn't do our work at that stage. Chair, again on Nexus Green, I've seen it here. It's brought us again in another way of, in a wrong way. When you look at other projects are broken down in terms of districts. This one is in this district. Here they're saying Nexus 2, and they have regionalized it. Because this is our monitoring tool. If we are to do oversight, this is page 81 of 88.
There's Nexus 2.
Nexus 2.
Oh.
Nexus 2, I don't know what it is. No, they are saying this one is now 81 of 2. This is now our monitoring tool, our oversight tool, if we are going to see how we are progressing in terms of this ministerial policy statement. 1 year, maybe mid-term or something. When you regionalize this and say, and call it this, Toro this, how sure am I that this will be in this district of Toro? Is it that a way of hiding it so that I'm not able to monitor where it is? Because we already, somebody in our culture, they say when a snake bites you, you can even fear what? A lizard. So I have a lot of concerns on how these things have not been broken down in terms of districts. We want to see. I'll give you information. Let me first finish. You know me, I forget very fast. So, Chair, if we are to go with this, we need to know this Nexus 2. I'm sure they have done a pilot. Where are they going to do it in this financial year and maybe another financial year than just regionalizing it and Kore, Toro, Lang, where? Which districts? Don't you know the districts of Uganda? This is another form of hiding the truth and then later after we have issues. Finally, Mr. Chair, water for production. Mr. Honorable Nsamba has gone out. He was a beneficiary, but I'm sure. He's here. I'm sure by the time his area was chosen to host a water project, maybe that time he was working in the good colors. Maybe later we had issues. Now, I wanted to know. That's on a later note, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me finish. Okay, I wanted to find out in this meeting.
Mr. Chair, this brother of mine is insinuating all members here have highlighted their ordeal with projects, failed projects. But for him, he's making an insinuation that I left the good books of the ministry. Are you in order?
But he has said he's my brother.
Did you say the chair will rule? So anyway, colleagues, I suppose that it was a cheek in tongue kind of remark by Honorable Donald. But just for clarity and posterity, I was a member of this committee for 5 years in the 10th Parliament. The ministry came with a proposal to do 100 mini irrigation schemes in the country. The committee then saw it as a very good idea and assured the minister and the PS and their team that we were going to provide for that money. I recall the committee at that time, because the idea was very wonderful, also told the ministry that we are going, during appropriation, to look for some money from some of the redundant areas across the sectors under our charge. During that period, there were no lugubrious challenges of adjustment of budget allocation. subsectors in energy and minerals. So we sent that money to the ministry so that in addition to the 100, the ministry could provide another 39 yes, to take care of members of the what? The committee. Members of the committee proposed sites. Some of them, they were not their own constituencies. I represented a municipality that time, and you cannot put an irrigation scheme in a municipality. So it went to Dakabela, somewhere there. But just to clarify on the issue that keeps coming up from my friend Donald, when I served in the 10th Parliament, I came on a ticket of FDC. However, a mini irrigation scheme covering 13 acres was provided in Dakabela County on land that I owned, but which now the committee has a group, call it a farmer group, which uses it. At that time, if it was about which party you subscribed to, then I should have not got. So if you want to presuppose that the Honorable Shabe didn't have this project concluded because during the other one he was in the NRM, I don't think that is what it is. What I know is that the ministry supports members of parliament as people's representatives, not on the basis of the shade of color, not on the shade of the color that they come to parliament with. I don't think so. I also know that as a member of the committee that time, it just wasn't me. I had other colleagues who got. Honorable Simon Oyet from Noya, he got an irrigation scheme. He wasn't in the NRM. So I want us to, just so that we get comforted, that the reasoning is not because somebody is from NUP or is from NRM. Please, you may continue.
Can I conclude my point?
Yes.
Chair, you see, if I had not raised that issue, we would have missed very important information that you've just given us. And it is a fantastic information. And since Honorable Sabe confirms that we are brothers, we even play basketball together. So that was on a later note, and I know he's not offended. Chair, in that same line, if that thing happened at that point, and there's now a new form of Nexus Green Water for production, they have been competing with the Ministry of Agriculture on who to take it up. Are there still those possibilities of, for example, big farmers, MPs who have big coffee projects, to have these projects going to maybe near their farms the way Oshabe bought it that time, so that you can start from there, Mr. Chair. Chair, I wanted to say another thing, but I don't want to comment it, but I know, Chair, for you, you were FDC, but also very close to some of the NRM people. Thank you.
No, Donald. Anyway, maybe before we move to the next person, you asked a question that probably is a bit easy. When you said is the 222.75 billion a windfall which is not planned for or not, just so that we are in tandem. I believe what is a surprise to the PS and the ministry is probably the 4.38 for AFCON. However, number 2, number 3, number 4, and 5 are part of the unfunded priorities that the ministry has been going on and on about. If you will recall, when we went before Budget Committee on the budget framework paper, I don't know whether you accompanied me. This was one of the areas where we kept arguing back and forth. For instance, institutional development, the ministry was asking for 6 billion, but I see they have given 5. So it's not that it's not something that is coming from nowhere. 2, 3, 4, 5 is something that had been what the ministry had as unfunded priority. So we want to be thankful that at least this bit has been given. But of course there are other things to do with other projects that have not been provided for. So if they can give more, we will even be happy, in the corrigenda especially. Yeah.
We want now to call that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this latitude. I have just a few straight questions. They may not have been captured by the statement, but they are to do with the environment. One, there is an ambitious ambitious targets by Ministry of Water and Environment. They reduced that in a strategic development plan, Mr. Chairman. That is 2025, 2026, 2029, 2030 strategic plan. What specific mechanisms are being introduced to move from policy formulation to active enforcement against large-scale wetland encroachers? Mr. Chairman, I'm so concerned about that. Secondly, following the launch of the National Wetland Strategic Plan, how will the ministry track the wise use of restored wetlands to ensure that they do not revert back to degradation state? Shall we have that restored land forever? What mechanisms are in place? And the last one, Mr. Chairman, it's about urban pollution. With the air and water quality in Kampala, frequently we are aware that air and water are being degraded, especially in urban areas, especially in Kampala. What integrated strategies is the ministry, together with NEMA, coming up with to address that challenge? I beg to submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Nalukola. Moya of Bokora.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. I'm also glad that we are interacting with a big delegation from the ministry. That tells us how serious this budgeting circle is. From the statement of the PS, I just picked one thing for concern. Maybe they will also take it in, about wetland protection and restoration. And my take is about safeguarding, but how much of that safeguarding is local safeguards? Because we're talking about a budget shortfall. And so if within our budget cycle we are able to figure out things that reduce demand for money, what are we doing to invest in local safeguards so that we're able to have these critical ecosystems, restored, not only for 1 year, but for an extended period of time? So that's just one of the things that I wanted to say. The second is about on page 5, that is page 11 of 88. I think Chairman has already indicated, talked at length about this silting of dams, and I keep repeating it. Even when we're in Ministerial, I mentioned about it. I come from a pastoral region, and you know the concerns of pastoralists. It's about dams. We keep repeating over and over, but in the budgeting circle, usually that is a non-funded priority. Now, I just look at the list that we have generated, and my question is there an end to this list? If you pick Longor, for instance, in Kotido, and you pick the other in Kabong, is there an end to it? That's just about 1 year. What happens to other districts that would require water for the cattle, and yet their movement orchestrates conflict? How serious is the Ministry of Water, Honorable Minister, taking this? Because time and again, conflicts erupt during the time of movement of livestock. And if we don't take it, in Ministerial there was this concern which I thought was laughable. The person who was responding to my concern was like saying, the Karamojong are not maintaining the dams. In simple terms. So you are basically trying to send a problem to the problem case, to the problem individuals, rather than what I was talking about as a state responsibility. So where is the end to this list? When will we move from 1 or 2 dams in a year to a couple of dams that will solve this problem? At least not once, but attempt to be able to solve a problem that is recurring. And then the very final one was about this concern about Nexus 2. Of course, I was looking at regions. And you know, again, I come from this privileged region called Karamoja. I looked for it because it is hidden in Nexus 2. Just like we never benefited, or might have benefited but not seen in Nexus 1. It is good that it was problematic and we never benefited. Maybe in this one. What happens? Where is Karamoja? Do we fit in Nexus, or we are extra Nexus? And perhaps projects later on will be able to figure that out. Just that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Something small. Chigorovia, did you finish?
Yeah, you hadn't fixed me yet.
Oh, okay. May I have something small from the minister?
Something small on page 16 of this statement. When we look at the money allocated to local governments under natural resources, water and sanitation grants, where every district out of 135 districts shall be accorded the 70 millions, and then the responsible officer to execute the activities is the District Environment and Natural Resources Committee, which directly, including the District Natural Resources Officer, who are directly reporting to NEMA. I was wondering why this money shouldn't be given to NEMA. That one change. Because when you look at what they're supposed to do, okay. Yes, the District Environment Officer is going to report to you. Because they're the ones who develop the state of the district environment reports. Isn't that the other way of reporting to you? So shouldn't this money be given to NEMA? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. In fact, I'd like to thank you for letting the members know that the casualties were many, but I will also start with the issues which caused those casualties. Yes, PS, I understand you have limitations in the funding, and I've seen you scoping several projects. However, I think you should be having criteria you use for selecting some of these areas. For example, I have areas which I forwarded to the ministry, which are salty. You can't sink any borehole. They have bilharzia, and the population is high. And on one side of Bulisa, That is Chigorovia. One side of Lisa, one side of the water source, which is Lisa, is supplied water. But the other side, no water. A jerry can of water costs 2,000 shillings, 2,500. So I really don't know when you will have to address those issues. Nexus Green, I will not say, because I also have sites which I also forwarded, and I think those are also the causes. In relation to that, I think this should be the Ministry of Agriculture. I don't know, Chair, the nexus between bulk water for production and the small one for these small farmers, because now we are in program-based budgeting. How I wish the Minister of Agriculture was here and we see where to channel some of these issues. I remember our minister here talked about transferring some of the money, and I think this would mean now it goes from the Minister of Water to Agriculture. Chair, the other issue is about NEMA. I've seen you have conducted very many environmental and social impact assessments in thousands, over 4,000. That is very good, because I remember the president was complaining about the time you take. However, my issue is about fuel stations. What is our limit on fuel stations, especially in the urban areas? I don't know, some of these developments, if we don't really have serious policies, in future people may laugh at us. I've gone to many countries, but I've never seen a country which has many fuel stations there, like Uganda. Maybe you can give me an example, but it's too much. No, but it has a risk. So I don't know whether you pass all these environmental and social impact assessment plans, or people just construct. But we really need to do something on the petrol stations. Why should I have one fuel station on the left and another one on the right allowed? Yes, but for me, I don't see anything much. Chair, the other one is, the last one, is about NFA. NFA now you've been mainstreamed, and they have seen you really have challenges of managing. I saw somewhere how the local governments come in, but Chair, the President has always put this burden on the cows. Actually, it's forests and wetlands. I don't know whether the local governments have enough capacity. When you see the money which has been given, I think as a committee we need to advocate for more money so that they can be given. If they are to be seen in regulating, I think they need more money. Otherwise, we shall continue being depleted, and the environment, especially the wetlands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chigorovia. I want to trust that we now pass on to the Minister. The Minister is at liberty to either respond to the questions in person or invite any one of her team members to elucidate on some of the issues that the members have raised.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I think it is better, in order to save time, that I allow these people, because I came with a big number of people who are technical in these fields, to allow them to answer different questions which lie under their dockets. But, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, allow me to I don't know whether it is allowed to apologize to you because I've heard the outcry. The reason why I'm going to do it, today I'm here, tomorrow I'll be the other side. So I don't want my staff members to look at me like I've not defended them. But what I'm going to do, I'm doing it in good faith. I joined the parliament in the 10th parliament, and I was on the Committee of Agriculture. But that committee helped us as members of parliament to think about us, to plan for us in that ministry. So there is one day, PS, I requested our chairperson, by that time he was the Dr. Otala, and I told him that let us prioritize our members just in case we have projects which we are planning for to do in their wards, in their constituencies. PS, I'm not supposed to request you, but let me request my staff for the betterment of our ministry. Today we are together. Tomorrow I will be the other side, maybe, because I got chance of coming back. Sincerely speaking, it pains to take a project in my constituents and you don't alert me. Whereas these people, they are the ones who appropriate and approve our budgets. So it is my humble request that let us work together so that we can get more allies, that whenever we take our projects, our budgets, our requests, we have our allies who are ready to defend us. It is my humble request for the future. So, with the nexus, with the chapter, Mr. I think it is Honorable Bale or another honorable who said that I promised you, but that at the end of this meeting, I'll be able to exactly, not showing you as per se, but informing you that we at the ministry, we send quarterly conditional grants to our districts for rehabilitation and maintenance. And I want to inform you, this money, it is supposed to be to do the rehabilitation and maintenance of boreholes. I didn't know about it, not until I joined this ministry, but I have been informing honorable members so that they can do the oversight. And when we are moving to districts together with the Right Honorable Prime Minister, I used to move with the information concerning the conditional grants to ease the work of oversight for members of parliament. But it was my, in fact, I wondered when I went to Chibale, even Honorable Kasaija didn't know about it. So, I'm requesting, yes, sir.
Honorable Minister, you know, we members of parliament get to know about funds sent for roads because we are part of the roads committee. And every time the ministry sends to people who don't care, those technical people, sometimes they don't, first of all, people never call them that there is a broken borehole here. People don't know that this is the person who is in charge and who is responsible, who has their money. So if every time money is sent for such repair of boreholes, because it's a critical, it's like a road. Water is like a road. Why is it that the ministry keeps quiet about it when they know the problem is there? It implies that little supervision goes on. They themselves,
Chair and members, let me start with that particular item. The ministry sends conditional grants for water and sanitation and then for environment to the districts. And at the beginning of this financial year, I actually wrote a letter to the chief administrative officers to ensure that the committee that is tasked with the management of the water and sanitation and then the environment grant includes the members of parliament as minimum ex-official members of the committee. So that letter was done and I copied it to all members of parliament. Yes, I copied it. So I copied it. I also did a letter that shows the allocation given to each district. Some MPs actually called me and confirmed they received the letter and said this is very useful. So, yes, in the pigeonhole. And for this coming financial year, I'll do the same. I'll do the same. And with this financial year, we are going to do the same.
Yes, you see, when you send a conditional grant to the district, it comes with limitations. So now the purpose of an MP coming to the committee might render useless. Yes, because where it is conditional, the MP will not have any power to divert it. And where you argue for the
Honorable colleague, Honorable Charles Tevandeke. Honorable Charles Tevandeke. You are sure you want to be given powers to divert? Please, you make it more proper. As
what happens to the roads committee? We can convince the colleagues on the committee through the chairperson freeze. Maybe if there is any road for consideration in that specific financial year, can it be exchanged with another? But when it is the fund is conditional, then our hands become tied. So I wanted to know, why should you make it conditional? Because some districts where there are some big wins, they end up maintaining that money being conditioned to their only benefits and gains, and the others lag behind. Why shouldn't it be unconditional? Then this committee established can sit for effective distribution and sharing allocation.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to answer the honorable member, in addition, every year, the ministry issues guidelines of how this money is supposed to be used. And I signed it every year. And part of that money is supposed to go for rehabilitation. The other one you can use for extension. And the rehabilitation also includes repairs. Repairs of boreholes are also provided for. In the financial year 2025-2026, actually sent 78 billion to the districts for development. And there was actually earmarked 20 billion for rehabilitation. Yes, yes. So what happens is that this money is supposed to address the very needy areas. Like for the new sources, for example, there's a formula that is given so that a parish or a sub-county that has low coverage, based on that formula, should get more money so that the coverage for that area goes up. So it is actually a very elaborate process. But what I can promise you is that you will get the letter that shows the allocation per district. I'll also do a reminder to the COW to make sure that the MPs are on the committee, even if they're ex-official. And I'll also give you copies of the guidelines for how the grant is supposed to be used. We need to have guidelines, otherwise
Yes,
these people will use the money for other things.
Yes. Let us not treat these people that they are ex-officials, because on roads committee, they are the chairperson. They are supposed to choose the chairperson who is chairing those committees. Let us make them let us make them be charged of that steering committee. Let them create that committee, water users committee, at least at district level, because we have them at local levels. Let us see one we have water users committee. If it is not like it doesn't make break any law, let us make that committee at district level, and it should be chaired by one of these members of parliament, so that they can get in charge.
Colleagues, Honorable Bali,
and Honorable Mwenge South, just before you come in. I think even as we discuss policy statements of the ministry, I want to really commend the minister, because her contextualization of the problem and how it should be resolved is spot on. You know, as you went on with this debate, I was also trying to process the issue of roads committees has actually become a good mechanism to ensure service delivery because of the interest that the members of parliament have in its success. Because in the scorecard of a member of parliament, usually we have about 5 major things. 1, roads. 2, health. Those are the health centers. 3, the issue of these groups, VSLAs and the like. And then there comes in education, but it's not as big a conundrum to us as this is. And then the last one is the welfare thing. How many people you bury, how many times you show up, and so on and so forth. Those are the fundamentals. So if the issue of roads, really roads have largely stopped being a direct problem of members of parliament. Very hardly does it. The other thing that has remained our biggest problem is water. So I trust that if the ministry, like the minister is trying to guide, finds a mechanism in which the water management committees, not just at the lower level, even at the district level, become functional units, and then we set up these small committees where members of parliament are regularly involved in engaging, it will be a very big relief. I used to be in the city. Somehow there are residual areas of the city and municipalities which have boreholes. I used to repair boreholes like there is no government in Soroti. I tell you, I even would wonder, in fact I'm shocked that in this committee they talk about money that goes for purpose of repair of boreholes. Because there is nowhere in those communities that they would call anyone else other than the MP. If you went to, for instance, my constituency office, one of the most active files is the one of repair of boreholes and reconstructing spring wells. And usually, when a borehole is very cheap, it's 500,000. Yeah, that one is a very cheap one. Maybe just something has dropped down, they need to try. But if you go into the issue of pipes have rusted, then the pump has this kind of a problem. Cylinder, that's the one, the cylinder is the one I'm calling a pump. Then it is something between 1.2 to about 1.5, 1.8 million. And I can tell you, as you do this one in this village, the other ones are calling, the other ones are calling. So some of the people who help in my constituency are almost full-time in the field. And now that I have undertaken a voluntary assumption of risk by moving to the rural, now yes, I tell you, one of the things in the short time I've been there, which is very critical, is repair of boreholes and rehabilitate spring wells. So, like the minister said, our peers, is it possible for us to find a way to make these water management user committees a bit more active, so that we have the capacity, even when you write to us and tell us, you know, I have sent to Soroti 60 million, to Chenjojo 62 and the like. We also have the capacity, like Honorable Tewandeke is saying, to sit and say, you know, if it is 60 million, what are the areas where with critical water source repair problems? What is the magnitude? So that committee sits. We don't hold the money, yes, but in the work plan, we have the capacity to say, no, don't take everything this way, don't the other. Because these days also, we have a problem of LC5s, for instance, who preside over service delivery, but when the idea is to become the next member of parliament. There are two things around it. If you are a member of parliament representing a constituency where the LC5 comes from, the man is going to overwhelm you with projects because the entire district will only be attending to one county. On the contrary, if you're a member of parliament from where he does not come from, you will never see anything. I come from a constituency where the LC5 does not come from. But even when you ask your engineers, because you work closely with engineers, I don't know how many times where he has seen anything to do with a road, anything to do with water, or construction of any facility at a health center. Why? Because our LC5 wanted to be the chairman of Dakabel. So, but if you have us here, then we can also sit and moderate. So I want to thank you, Honorable Chini. She has not forgotten the side where she was processed from.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just want to affirm again, I'll do the letter again, but the letter was sent to the Council to ensure that this is brought to Council and the committee membership is reconstituted. And again, I'll copy to all members of Parliament. But also to just bring to attention, the money that we have for rehabilitation in the conditional grant is not adequate. Is not adequate. If you look at what is required, probably an additional about 20 to 30 billion is needed. And what the ministry has done, one, we have trained pump mechanics for every bore that you see in the country. They are trained pump mechanics. Yes, they are trained pump mechanics in the community, yes. And yes. So for now, for every ball, there's a pump mechanic assigned. And what is supposed to happen is that 1,000 shillings is supposed to be paid by each household. That is supposed to help this pump mechanic to address these challenges. And the small little ones that require 20, 30, 50,000 shillings, they should be able to do it from that 1,000 shillings. Then the ones that require more money comes from the conditional grant. And where you're looking at now overall of a ball that will require for a few million shillings, that one is now handled from the center. So that is how it is structured. But we have also decided to get equipment and we need support. The budget is not big enough for us to get equipment for all our service centers. So we want to gradually equip these service centers so that these repairs and maintenance can be done in-house by the ministry staff. That will bring down the costs because the bulk of the overhauls are done by people who are based in Kampala. If you look at their transport costs, the profit margins, it is quite a bit of money. So that is, in the medium term, we should be able to equip all the service centers, the 6 for rural areas, with the drilling equipment. Now, Chair, on the issue of staffing,
some bit of clarity, because according to what the Honourable Minister submitted, she said that the least receiving district receives an amount of money of about 400, 600, some 700. Maybe I just wanted to know what criteria is being followed at the ministry to assess and know which district to get 600, which one to get 1 billion, and which one to get 400.
We consider the size and the population of the district. There are some districts that has only one constituency, and the others they have more than 2 to 3. They can't receive the same amount of money.
Because it can be one district, one constituency district, but from a dry corridor, like for instance, where we come from in Ruengomi, where the district in the constituency where I represent, it's a dry corridor. But there's no so many interventions from the ministry to cater for the needs in the community. Actually, I've seen my brothers crying about Nexus. Me, then I wasn't yet a member of this committee. I am just looking at the Nexus, things which I think it was a project to only benefit those who belong to this committee then. But they are also, it's unfortunate, they are also crying.
Thank you, Chair. There is a formula for the allocation, and we take into consideration the access to water existing, and districts that get the most money are the districts that are water stressed and the population do not have. The bigger chunk of the population do not have that water. So we have a formula. I'll again share it in the communication that I'll give to you. And we have also done specifically projects to target areas that were very, very low. And some of the projects are actually still ongoing.
If I may, I really want to think money for rehabilitation should never go by population, should go by the water sources available. Then money for new developments, new projects to provide water, that's what can go for areas that probably are underserved or that are water stressed. Otherwise, if you just say this is money for rehabilitation and we are giving it by population, that's not proper. It should be that money for rehabilitation should be based on the number of water sources. I really want to think there must be an estimated average amount of repair and maintenance of money reserved for the water source. Lastly, I think it was an over-assumption that people have the 1,000. Have you made any survey to see whether that works, which was proposed? I keep asking the government people, I say, what if they don't pay anything? How much is required to maintain that water source so that they don't pay anything? What do we lose? Have we made a survey that they pay it? Because eventually, one of the reasons why they live without water is a failure to pay that 1,000.
You know that we will not finish.
Yeah, just one thing.
It's getting to 3 o'clock. Because they have barely answered even a third of the questions. Yeah, because now we are.
But the information I wanted to give is important, Chair. The PS ably said that they have trained PAP attendants everywhere. I have to appreciate the ministry. They have really done that. These are the same people we hire and they pay to repair what they're supposed to be repairing. So how are they monitoring the people they trained?
This is a service we do, and it is the community that manages that. We have the water user committee for the source. But it is an area, O&M is an area, and I think we cannot hide the issue of operation and maintenance is a pain for everybody. But unfortunately, they have found very soft spots in the members of parliament or aspiring ones, and they are really exploiting it. But what we have said we want to do to get the equipment in place will help us to relieve that burden. On staffing, Chair, you asked, I think we are at 65%. Yes, but we are also looking at the structure of the ministry because we believe even with the current structure, the 65% is way below because we need to adjust the structure because we have challenges that we need to address. Enforcement is one of the areas that really lack staff, together with climate change. The structure of climate change does not speak to the nature of the risk that we are facing as climate change. So we are revising the structure of the ministry so that we expand and get the right people. Status of mainstreaming NFA, yes. NFA is now part of the Ministry of Water and Environment effective the 31st December. We have made submissions for all the technical staff who are working in NFA to the Public Service Commission, and as I speak right now, interviews are happening. And the support staff who could not be absorbed within the ministry, we are actually giving those to the Minister of Public Service to place them in other government ministries. Chair, the salaries are not a problem. Most of the staff of NFA and UNMA who are scientists, so those are the ones who had enhanced salary. Actually, a number of them got salary increases instead when they cross over this side. Forest rangers, we need to get more forest rangers. We have been asking for this. We still continue to ask for it. We really need, we call them environment rangers, to be put in place, and we prefer them to be under NEMA so that the issue of enforcement can squarely be addressed. The 186 or so police officers we have for the entire country cannot work. There was a question of the research vessel. Yes, the research vessel is available, and I think we should arrange, Lillian, to make sure we take the members of parliament and they have a feel of that vessel. We are also constructing the National Reference Laboratory, and the physical infrastructure has gone more or less close to conclusion, but then now challenge we have is the accreditation. When we came up, they increased the scope, and we certainly need more money for that laboratory to get to that level which the experts envisage it should have. Again, we'll arrange and we'll take you and you visit the National Water Quality Reference Laboratory, which is based in Entebbe. The silting of valley tanks, yes, this is an issue that we also want to address as a ministry. I think right now in the country we do not have any specialized equipment for desilting. And in the budget we had provided for money, but again, just like most ministries, you remember we had a 54% cut in the budget. And that 54% has never been restored. So we are operating at a level of 54% because the budget you approved was cut. Even the 54%, the release is not 100%. So we are really operating in a constrained environment. And that also explains why some of the undertakings made cannot materialize because of that 54%. The Buvuma case, I think it was a case of a pump that blew. It has been replaced. It is working according to the information I have. Now, Nexus Green. I just want to clarify. I think there was a lot of, there's a lot of overhype of what Nexus Green is supposed to do. Now, in the country, there are more than, I think, 13 or 11,000 villages without a clean and reliable water source. The last 5 years, we covered 20,000 villages. And the evidence is there. The last 5 years. Now, Nexus Green is designed to give water for production. It is designed to give urban and rural water. But the structure of the design, they were supposed to actually focus on the solar panel, the solar pumps, and a small distribution network. And they are supposed to do 687 sites. There is no way it can cover what? All the entire country which is not served. It cannot. So that is the...
Mr. Pierce, you've explained that very well, but I just wanted to interject and let you know the 657, is it? Mr. Pierce, I want to bet you my constituency. Swearing in is supposed to be between 13th and 15th. If you take me to only 400 of the 657, only 400. Huh? Okay, call it like what? If you take us, just put these people there. I can even offer to say I surrender that constituency. Of Nexus Green. Because you barely can count 50% of Nexus Green projects that are running. You cannot find it.
Yeah. Again, this is a question of expectation. We were also supposed to get money from the Ministry of Finance through our budget to develop the sources. There are places where the panels, the tanks have been done, but then the water source itself, which is supposed to be our responsibility, we are still grappling to get the money for that. Because the way the project was designed, first of all, the sites were identified by the district. And it was a deliberate process that looked for existing sites in the district that already have a water source. That was the original. That was original. What happened is the districts gave sites, and when the sites were evaluated, the sites were horrible. Yes. The sites were horrible. Even the boreholes that had been decommissioned and they had even stuffed with stones, they surrendered them to be developed. Now, those are sites that cannot be developed, and that is what created a lot of challenges. Even for the members here, when we put on table, some of the sites you actually provided could not generate the water enough to be motorized. So we face...
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to seek clarification from the PS. What was the intention of surrendering during feasibility study? What was the intention of the ministry of surrendering the sourcing to the districts? What did you intend to achieve when you allowed the component of the sourcing to be handled by the districts? Now here you are lamenting that the sources they have handed over to you are horrible. What did you intend to achieve when you handed over that critical path of the project to the districts?
Especially so that it has regional offices, water offices in almost every key sub-region.
Because that notwithstanding, if we have 650 something, 57 sites, Arua City composes of 9 former sub-counties. Of those 9 former sub-counties, 1 district. Of the 147 districts, only 1 site. So how many did the other districts get? If a big district like that has 1 site, which is just at the initial stages, where are these success stories you are telling us about? Where are they?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We'll do that for Arua. For Arua, I'll answer you a little later, because not all districts got. Like the projects we do in the ministry, you go and do a project and you define, and these are the locations that the projects are going to happen. So if it is, for example, strategic town, it is 12 or 15 towns in a particular location. The World Bank we have them defined, and we have projects that support actually water and sanitation across the country. And if I may just say, for the case of West Nile, because we got money and we are developing a lot of sources using the EU, government of Uganda, and the World Bank funding, we decided now to allow other districts to benefit more. So really, we do a deliberate effort. We are not insensitive to the plights of our people. Now,
thank you, Bwana PS.
I have not allowed.
So, Chair, this is what happened to me specifically. After the chairperson had given in our priorities to the ministry gave us his own officials that we went with on ground. We rotated the entire constituency, and maybe that was under feasibility study. To me, the purpose of feasibility study was your technical officials to take case studies and approve the credible areas for water facility establishment. And it's what they did. It's not our mistake. After approving the area, they went back and confirmed that there is water, and now the drilling is going to kick on, which they did, installed in some other facilities even. And now after you are telling us the place was uncertain, it has hard water, what was the intention of the feasibility study? And to whose fate? I would expect maybe the PS to say, where they drilled a facility with hard water, the ministry shall go back and redo the feasibility study to allocate another facility. But where I paid for land from my poor pocket, I paid and compensated the land owners 3 times. And then the ministry, on its own fate, it fails. Why should I carry the liability when the minister has insinuated me and even given me the appeasement before the public that water is coming? It's going to saturate the entire sub-county. And Kayunga, when I see Buganda, you have said they have 6 facilities. Me personally in Kayunga, you gave me 3, which are all staff. They are not working. So how are you going to really, Bwana Chair, for me I would think, is it okay Nexus comes here before us?
Now, Honorable, I understand and I appreciate the concerns of members. I realize even that besides just giving information, you have actually decided to do a submission, which stands in itself. And that one requires a full reply or response from the... I want us to do this. I want us to, if you permit, allow the PS to continue to elaborate on their responses to us. Usually the practice of Parliament and a committee such as this one is that they are also going to give us written submissions. On the issue of Nexus Green, we will discuss this in-house. What I believe is that in concluding the discussions that began from the BFP, which are now carrying on into the Ministerial Policy Statement, this committee can recommend a specific investigation into Nexus Green so that the House or the presiding officer, the Speaker at that, can choose whether to handle it through the sector committee or to appoint an ad hoc committee to go into the details of Nexus Green. But definitely we will have an elaborated discussion on Nexus Green in the report to the House. Does that help you, colleagues? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. On the issue of plastics, yes, we are working and we are going to submit the paper shortly to Cabinet, and then we bring it to Parliament because it has become a menace. And then also the issue of the payment for ecosystem services, that one has been passed, the regulation is in place, and also the extended producer liability. Water extensions, the purpose why we have SCAP under National Water and SCAP within the ministry is purposely for that. And I think Cassandra will take a specific note for that. I know we have done a number of schemes in that area. And I also agree with you, when schemes are done, there should be extension. There should be extension. Vandalism, as you noted, is a real pain, and we face it day in, day out. And it is again something that we need to address with mindset set of change of our people, so that they stop vandalizing these systems. Because these are systems, when they are vandalized, you have to order for parts and they manufacture. So by the time you get back the parts, it has taken a long time, and the money may not also be really within. For UNMA, all the technical staff of UNMA were absorbed. There are those that are support staff that I think some few are still floating. And we made concessions also to make sure that as much as possible they are considered. The targets for environment, Honorable Narokola is saying is very ambitious. I agree with you, the wetland encroachment has to be addressed, and wise use to be promoted. And that is exactly what we are on. At the policy level, we are coming up with a specific policy and the law that will govern wetlands, and our target is that by the close of this year calendar, we should be in position to have those two critical documents in place. But however, we are forming what we call, or we are developing what we call wetland management plan. This is developed with the community, and they own it, and we also use the same plan for restoration purposes. In a number of areas in eastern Uganda and western Uganda, especially with the support from the GCF, we have managed to develop these plans, and communities are actively involved in restoration. Chair, one thing that is needed for wetland restoration is to provide alternative livelihoods for the people, so that they really do not invade the wetlands. And that is a big agenda that we are taking to Cabinet, so that provision is made to assist the innocent people who are there. But we are also turning a number of the wetlands into eco parks, including, if we get approval from finance, our Lubiji is one of the first that we want to turn into an eco park. Urban pollution, air and water, I think Dr. Kankwasa, you will speak to that together with National Water, but also bring on the aspect of noise pollution. These natural resources do not report to NEMA. They are district staff. They are district staff. Gorobia, I think, Bulisa, you have a big problem because underground water is a problem. It is salty. We have done drilling, very difficult to get, but we are developing a bulk supply system that will include the water for the refinery, and we are going to push that water back to the community. And we have progressed a little bit with it, and I believe that is a solution that will help Bulisa and Gorobia. Okay, Dr. Kankwasa and then Engineer Mayo.
Thank you, Chair. I will only comment on urban pollution. The rest of the PS has already answered all of them. Yeah, it's true we have increasing levels of urban pollution, both air, water, and noise. And the way forward is that we need to address the capacity issues. in specific response to air quality, we have now air quality standards for Uganda, which came on board last year. So we are in discussions with the Ministry of Works to roll out implementation. And this is going to target the quality of engines on the road, because the biggest contribution to air quality problems, especially in urban areas, is really traffic, automobiles. The other contributors are minimal. Industries, those can be managed through adoption of best available technologies, and emissions can actually be cleaned before they release them. The biggest problem is automobiles. We have so many engines that shouldn't be on our roads, and soon we shall roll out implementation, and of course it will take into consideration a grace period to phase out certain engines. So that's the plan for air quality. We are also rolling out installation of air quality monitors so that we are able to monitor in real time. Overall, at national level, our air quality is not bad, is actually better than Europe overall at national level, because our air quality stands at 13 micrograms per cubic meter of particulate matter, 2.5, and the ultimate target for World Health Organization is in 4 targets, starting from 35 up to 5. So as a nation, our air quality is overall good. The problem is the urban hotspots, where we have hot pockets of pollution resulting from mainly traffic, poor waste management, as well as industrialization. Noise is a very, very big problem. It's supposed to be managed by urban authorities, but they do not have capacity. So we have to come in all the time as NEMA, which is not sustainable. The long-term solution is really to enhance the capacity of urban authorities in terms of personnel and equipment and skills and training of the staff they have, but they still need more staff and more equipment. So the local governments really need funding to be able to manage noise. But in the interim, we shall have to cover the gap and work with them to enforce noise standards for Uganda. Yeah.
Okay, I will start with my brother about Arua. Arua is a unique city in the sense that they included all the rural sub-counties as a part of that city. And that means that the area of service delivery from the original Arua municipality has stretched maybe beyond by another, I would say 70%, if not 80%. So there's truly a big challenge. Now, it is also unique in the sense that it's probably one of the fastest growing cities in Uganda. And therefore the capacity of us to deliver water is constrained by the infrastructure constraints. So that said, over the years, I think we have made some significant inroads since we took over in 2022. Arua had only 500 connections, and as we talk now, we have over 10,000 water connections. We were able to attract, under the integrated water management program, serious investment in Arua. For the first time, when the Arua system, Arua city, then Arua municipality was able to get a sewerage system. Because before that, Arua was depending on bucket toilet systems. So even with that investment, we still have a lot of demand for water. For your information, among the northern cities, in terms of NWC business, Arua is second to Gulu and followed by Lera. So that is a dimension where we are. But on a good note, we have already got the clearance of the development partners, KFW, which is financing a medium-term investment in Arua to further improve water and sanitation. And this project, we are doing it with the Arua City Council. It is a EU and a KFW, and the Arua City Council has 6 million to do city planning, to do waste management, urban drainage, and the 17 million is for us to improve the water system in the medium term. And the terms of reference and the request for proposals for the consultant, pre-qualified consultants, has already been cleared, and we expect to issue those requests for proposals. And within the next 1.5 years, we should have an improvement. Now, on a serious note, PS, you know, about 5 years ago, the construction of a multi-purpose dam in Katrini has been prioritized by government of Uganda in the negotiations in Bonn, that the government in Uganda is going to cooperate to do a dam, because Arua has a problem water source. River now dries completely, and we rely on boreholes. So my wish for Arua is probably his wish, but you can't do what you cannot. So 3 days ago, I think during the time of Water Week, we were attending the presentation of the feasibility study for the dam. I can confidently say, through the engagements of Ministry of Finance, KFW has already committed 50 million euros towards that project. Now we need 120 million plus, because they are going to build, the idea is to build 40 million capacity, 40 million per day capacity water treatment plant in Katrini, my brother, you know, and that water will be pumped to Arua, because the current systems cannot be relied on. And the confirmation of the feasibility study was very clear. You were there, you gave us, I think, a talk. The feasibility study, the dam can be done. They are going to do 0.5 kilometer long and a 48-meter high roller concrete dam. This is intended to address the problem of Arua. But then we will still have the problem of the rural areas, because that geographical area requires major infrastructure. So it needs gradual process. And working with the political leaders, I think we will be able to reach there. But besides that, NWC is also doing short-term intervention measures. We started with Undupraka project. It is about to be commissioned. We are bringing additional 1 million liters per day. We just have a small section which needs to be fitted. We have done Ovishoni. We are finalizing a journal project. We are also going to do a project after Abdi Farm. All these projects are being done. Intended to, but the geographical area is too big, my brother. It requires superhuman effort, and also the divine presence, so that these matters can be addressed. But I wish to get a rural problem solved, because I have an interest. So that's what I can say. We have short term, medium, and long term. Then the other question was about, the chair raised a question on the Kambala sanitation program. That is the Buklobi wastewater treatment plant, which project was supposed to have been closed in 2024, but we couldn't close it because of lack of funds to close it. And the ministry secured, Ministry of Finance, I want to thank them, through your committee, this committee also. We got a budget, supplementary budget of 38 billion, and that money was the other year, but it was now put in this financial year. So far we have received 22 billion, and I think we have paid. And my prayer, Songo, you are here, that the balance of 16 million needs to be paid, because this contractor, we may end up bringing in no better cost. So if this quota, which is remaining, if we were able to pay disburse the 16 billion, we should be able to close that project. Now, what you are seeing now here is there is a confusion between Kampala Sanitation Program and Kampala Water Lake Victoria Ocean Project. This is a project which is still ongoing. That's where you see there's a component where you are doing package 2B. We're doing a big reservoir tank on Kanana Hill. The idea is to sort out the northern part of Kampala. The Hoima Road, Matuga, this side of Gayaza, all those areas, and we are doing you have seen the big pipes which are being laid all over. That is the phase which we are doing, and this project is still continuing. I think there's already discussions with the Ministry of Finance to add additional money to secure additional 80 million so that we get Katosi, the last batch of 80 cubic meters of Katosi, to be developed, and there's a good progress in that. I'm very hopeful that if the additional funds are found, and with the other interventions, we'll be able to sort out the Kampala. Now, there was a question on the water pollution, urban water pollution. I think within the context of Kampala, I would ask Dr. Rose if this urban air pollution has a significant impact on our work and how are we addressing them. Dr. Rose, you don't mind. I don't know whether I've taken you by...
those sources and try to discuss them in the ministry through the water resources part, the changes that we are seeing. What is critical and what I think members of parliament, honorable members need to do is they need to create a mind shift change. When I started working in National in 1992, I was close to Gaba. And Gaba was clean. When we constructed Gaba 2, there are some months we didn't need to add chemicals. We just needed to disinfect. And when you go there now, the whole lake is green. And it's a mindset change that we need to preach to everybody. And it's not just the low-income people who don't know. One time I was driving through the Zika during the rainy season, and this is an up-class area. People were discharging from their septic tanks, taking advantage of the rain. So with pollution, we are trying as best on the professional side to try to see that we monitor, to try to see that we put in place the treatment that we need to do, but prevention is better than cure. And I think it's on all of us as governments to deal with this issue of pollution control and to create the mindset change that we need. Because as already explained, we cannot take the technology we have in Gaba, in Bugolobi, and replicate it across the country. That won't work, it's too expensive. And I think we've all agreed that the other thing we need to do is to try and contain pollution at source, instead of creating this waste that goes into the environment. And right now across the world, there are technologies where you can separate waste from the fecal sludge, where you can contain everything within your own compound and make use of the biogas that is being generated. And that's the direction that we should take, and that will help us to deal with the pollution control across the country, creating that mind shift, using the waste to our advantage. Thank you.
PS. I liked her submission.
Hello. Honorable colleagues, do we have rejoiners to these responses?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I liked her submission, but she's in the same position like us. Because we are complaining about this problem, she's ably explained it. We've understood it, but we needed more solutions. What is the ministry doing about this? Yes, it was clean in 1992, and it is worsening now. The question is, those that we've charged with this responsibility, what are we doing about it? I really want to think that we should go more in that direction. The problem is with us now, and we have the experts here with us.
Yes, you can respond.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of pollution is not a one agency thing. That time, I think the population of Kampala probably was about 1 or 1.2 or even less million people. Now you're looking at about 2.5, 3.5 based on different times of the day. One of the problems that we squarely need to fix, and we are trying our best to do with our colleagues from KCCA and also local government for the other band authorities and council, is to address the issue of environmental degradation. Probably 20 years ago, the wetlands around Kampala were functional, and they were filtering this waste. We have also seen rapid development in Kampala. And this rapid development came at the expense of the green area. Yes. The KCCA, or the ordinance that should be in place, is that 30% of your built-up area should be green. When you get out of your house, you must be able to see at least 3 trees. If you look outside, it should be about 50. These are things that are there. So again now, what he's saying is that it requires an integrated approach. And we have formed up a committee that has KCCA for Kampala, the Minister of Local Government, also we brought in the Minister of ICT, so that we address this squarely. But also in terms of urban development, now infrastructure especially, I think NEMA is now very firm on the approval of the EIAs. The kind of roads we need over the wetland is what you see in the on the expressway. Not this one where you have now pools of water like you go to Boise on this side, because the water cannot go across. So it is a problem, and we will certainly address it together with the other agencies of government. Yes.
Yes, Bale.
Chair, we have talked and talked. I think we are yet to resolve. And this is what the public normally laugh at us. MPs, our work is only to talk. And we have always talked. Chair, it is to my assumption that this time around, we needed to see what you have discussed revealed in the budget to fit our intentions to serve the public. I need the water personally in my constituency. Nexus Green, I buy the idea of the chair to come up with a motion to investigate upon it. It is a disaster to us. It is a jigger in our legs that we don't know. I beg to submit and end here because I may speak beyond my affiliation and be misinterpreted. But we need actions now. We should serve the nation. than coming here and they laugh at us as we are talkers. We are not TikTokers. We want what we discuss to be resolved and actions must be taken.
Honorable Tewandeke, you cannot represent the people without talking. You cannot legislate without talking. And those are core roles of a member of parliament. So if you are talking and somebody is laughing at you, between you and that person who is ignorant, so to continue to talk is good, and I'm personally happy that we are here debating and discussing how best we can be able to move out of this situation. I think the chair already guided about the issue of Nexus Green, and that direction will be adopted through the proper channels of the institution, and should there be need, what is required will be done. Honorable Minister, you know our friend Don was not on record, so we cannot rely on what he has said. Colleagues, the ministry has provided the appropriate responses to these issues, but where the response have not been sufficient, we, Honorable Minister and the PS, we are going to request written responses to the issues which have not been elaborately responded to, so that we can make follow-ups and be able to know what to do. But by and large, we are very grateful.
Chair, before you close, we've had responses from our technical team, but I want to ask my PS, the alternative report which was made by Shadow Minister, are we okay with it, or it can affect us? I think we need to look at it. When we are making those responses, we have also to submit to respond to it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. PS.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start, I think the first one, okay. On the issue of the large dams and pipe schemes, I think even the one for the industrial irrigation parks and the one for Katonga, these are ring fence money. The one for Katonga is from the Green Climate Fund, and it is meant for restoration and catchment management. And it is a specific fund that was got, I think, from what is J for GCF. So you cannot transfer it. You cannot transfer it elsewhere. Yeah, it is actually from adaptation fund. Again, the one for irrigation, this irrigation money is actually supporting the regional programs. So like if you have the water for production in Karamoja, the one in Southwest and the one in Bale, that is money for them. Micro irrigation, which is up to 3 acres, is the responsibility for MAIF. Above that is the responsibility of the Ministry of Water and Environment as per the current irrigation policy. And when we talk about the ICT hardware, we need this. We have actually developed the Water and Environment Management Information System that we are now in position to actually see in your village how many water sources you have, how many are functional, And for us to do that, we need a robust ICT infrastructure. So we are empowering the districts at the lowest level possible. I think parish, if I'm not mistaken, we are giving them the infrastructure so that they communicate. Even these breakdowns, when they happen, they are supposed to log in and communicate so that responses can be quicker and faster. So we cannot run away from ICT. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, PS, for that response. Colleagues, before Chair came, you were saying that Honorable Don was insinuating that he's very tired, he wants to go away, Mr. Chairman. The minister is not tired. The minister is fully in charge of her team, and the team is doing very well. You can only be speaking for this side. You can't be speaking for this side here. Colleagues, I want to observe. For instance, when Engineer Mayo was responding here, there is a typical dilemma down there. The situation of Varua, the municipality had two divisions. But when government created the cities, 9 sub-counties, 9 other sub-counties were annexed into the city. And the 9 sub-counties are largely in the rural area. So whereas National Water looks at those areas as rural, even if they were not looking at them as rural, they may not have the resources to serve them adequately. But the ministry will say these people are in the city, therefore they're supposed to be served by National Water and Sewage Corporation. So that community remains a community without clear, mandate, because the National Water looks at them as a rural community. The ministry looks at them as a community in the city. So who owns them? Who is responsible for them?
It is not National Water, it is not a ministry, it is the policy.
So the policy makers are here. When we are making these cries, we make these cries aware that the policy makers are here. We should be thinking loud within the provisions. How do we really harmonize these issues? Because sometimes we come here and we push the technical people to the wall when we have not done the needful to harmonize the policy to deal with some of these issues. So, Mr. Chairman, before you came in, your members behaved very well, other than Honorable Don. But he spoke off record. He was trying to intimidate our minister, but he spoke off record. I want to report that the members behaved well. Thank you.
Donald Kataliwa characteristically has to be that way. If he behaved otherwise, I would also be surprised. So, yeah, so anyway, the responses done this far. Okay, we want to once again thank our minister, the Honorable Aisha Sechindi of Kalungu. Thank you so very much for leading the team. We thank you, Mr. Pierce, together with all your technical team. Thank you very much for the interface that we have had here. We want to request you once again, if possible, I think it will be, to assist us with the written responses so that it can help us quickly abridge the report. On behalf of these members, we also appreciate you for the interaction that we held last month that enabled the members have a broader understanding of the aspects in the ministry, because ordinarily speaking we should have gone on for 2 to 3 days with the MPS, but because you had done a good job that day, I think the issues were much fewer. In case of our friends who might have one or two hanging projects, we request you to assist your members and see how you can bring them to completion. So that even as they either continue here or move on to the next stage, they have something to show. They have something to show. It appears Donald intends to start keeping cows. He wants to start taking care of cows. He might need